Okay, so we are just about getting to where we need to be. Getting a few more viewers in here, and then we're gonna start this stuff. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Those of you that are here, looks like we've got a handful of you on YouTube, a handful of you on Twitch. I appreciate that. Oh boy. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Alright, we got 5 people on Twitch, 6 people on YouTube. How the hell are you guys? Anything to report? Your teacher legit got fired, so you don't have classes now? Okay, I'm curious. What did your teacher do? Or who did your teacher do? How are you, Kenny? He accidentally posted porn for the class. Wow. Jesus Christ, dude. That's... Here's the question I have for you now. Was he at least a good teacher, or was he a creeper, and it's about time that something like this happened to him? Hey Arnold, have a nice day. Dude, I appreciate that. I'm hoping to. I'm in a lot better spirits than I was the last couple of days. The last couple of days kind of put me through the ringer a little bit. Yesterday, what helped was getting a lot of stuff done with that LTD baritone. It's about time something like that happened. Dude was one of the weirdest people I've met. Alright then. Well, then it's probably for everyone's betterment, then. It's probably legit good that something like that happened to him, to get him out of that situation. To get your class and your classmates out of that situation is probably a better way of describing it, to be honest with you. Hey Adam, how the heck are ya? Always good seeing you on here, my brother. Doing alright, sitting at my computer at the day job, thought I'd check in. Right on, my friend. So, yeah, today we're gonna get started working on an amp video, but also I feel like I really want to do a, something else too. I wanna, why is that? Oh, that's weird. Alright, everything was highlighted in the chat and it's my own fault. Whoops. I kind of feel like I want to get an IFAC video done today just so that it's done, so that I can quickly edit it, get it posted, and then I can move on to other shit. Let's see. Adam, can you, obviously let's chit-chat here on the stream and whatnot, but can I ask you to give me a call a little bit later tonight when I'm off stream, and we can work out a few more details of that thing we've been talking about? Because I know I've been slack-assing because, like, I've been treating this like it's got way... like, this has a lot more goings on. So I'd like to take a brief step back and get everything all hashed out later tonight. All good, but at the same time, if there's something that, like, I can help with, man, just let me know. Anyways, another cold day in New York, alright. Well, that's to be expected this time of year. Alright, so, first things first, I think... let's crack open some questions that I have here. So, first of all, I've got a little folder here that I always put my screenshots from. What are you... okay. That was just a cool little thing. What are you? Dude, your band sucks. Okay, then. Well, that's just like your opinion, man. Trolls. Alright, that was the one I just did, so that one can go away. Delete. This. Or not just did, but the one right before that. Hello, guys. How the hell are you? Good morning. Good morning. So I am grabbing a few screenshots here and just kind of loading them into my IFAC folder. And we're gonna pick out a handful of things to discuss in an IFAC video, and then we're gonna really quick do one. Yeah, an IFAC, but I actually just found one of yours. Hold on. No, wasn't that. Swear to God, I saved one from the chat that I thought was you. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, dude. Alright, there's that. Oh, we're answering that question for sure. All right, that is... Gonna put that here in the trolls, because that dude was a prick. Right next to that. All right. All right. Let's delete all that shit. Delete you. You guys are posted, so I can delete you. What are you? Oh, that was just a cool little thing I snapped a picture of. Do I have a signature? That one's going on here. Okay, so what I'm doing now is I've got a bunch of... I keep clicking on that. I've got a bunch of questions here. That one was just for my own amusement. But I've got a bunch of questions here. That was something else. Okay, weird. Screenshot. Okay. Screenshot. Just kind of seeing if I had any like screenshots here. Nope. That were, nope. There were actual questions that I may have missed. And I don't think there are. I think I've found them all that were in here. See, that's done and over with, so I can delete that. That's done and over with, so I can delete that. That's something else. I know it. All right, so I think now we can go about figuring out some questions for this IFAQ video. So we've got a few here that I want to respond to already. So this one right here, this one was kind of funny. I can't tell if necessarily this guy was trying to troll or not, but I'm gonna take this in stride. Nice review. It sounds like you're doing a commercial or paid programming. Show the way you talk. So I'm going to comment on that being like, wow, dude, thank you so much for the compliment. I didn't realize I sound so professional. Because I think that's the best way to handle that. Is what effects Arnold will use on his voice when he says troll of the week in the IFAQs. You know, I am looking very, very forward to that. Dude, I should... McLeod, you've got a great idea. I should see if there's like some sort of reverse plugin that I can put on it in Final Cut Pro. That would be rad. Hey Arnold, question. Does your studio space have soundproofing like panels or foam? Love your riffs, dude. By the way, that amp sounds so good. I'm drooling over here. So I am definitely going to answer that dude's question. That came up recently. Do I have a signature guitar yet? I think... Excuse me. I think I'll hold off on that one because I think that I answered something very, very similar to that in the recent one. Have you tried the Line 6 Shuriken? For tuning options, it's like the Swiss Army knife of guitars, LOL. I am going to answer that because I have tried that. No, dude, it's all good. Dude, save your money. I don't blame you at all for that, man. You know it here, dude. I'm just trying to hustle as much as possible. So since I'm a Sweetwater affiliate, if there's a way that I can make a link, you guys click on it, and I get a few little cents here or there from Sweetwater, but not out of your guys' pocket, obviously I'm going to do that, you know. I love Sweetwater to death, and the fact that they want to work with me on that, like, is mind-blowing to me. So I appreciate them doing so. But at the same time, dude, I totally get it. If you find it cheaper somewhere else and you go for that, by all means. But, yeah, it is what it is, dude. Don't apologize for shit. All right, what's the next question here? Watch most of the streams at work when I miss them. Thank you for letting them up, by the way. And I was wondering what your thoughts are on the lyric writing process. I've wanted to put lyrics to my songs and try to do vocals, but I can never really get lyrics melodies that sound good or I'm happy with. That is a Twitch question that came from Sir Brett. And you know what? I think I am going to answer that, actually. Because that's a goddamn good question. Oh, I need to get rid of that one. I need to hit up Ola and see if he would guest on my channel to answer a particular troll I just had recently. You know what? I'm going to send him a message real quick here. Sorry, I sending off a message to Ola real quick because there's a troll who posted a comment on one of the videos recently. Coffee with Ola? Yeah. Monster with Arnold. Because I do not drink coffee. It's funny, too. My wife is a coffee fanatic. She loves coffee. And my bestest bro in the world, Dan, who you guys see here in the Twitch chat all the time, his wife owns a coffee shop in Summerlin, California. In fact, actually, she owns the only coffee shop in Southern California. And they also brew their own coffee too. You know what? Let me actually... Red Kettle Coffee. Let me actually get the site here. So hey guys, Danaru Bonsai, who is usually in the Twitch chat, or Dan Eaton, who sometimes shows up in the YouTube chat. I'm going to post a real quick link here. This is the link to his wife's coffee shop in Summerlin, California. It's an awesome place. I've been there a few times, but the coffee, as I just mentioned, I don't drink coffee, so I can't really comment on it. But my wife is a coffee fanatic, and she loves Red Kettle coffee. A few other people have also had some Red Kettle coffee. A few other people who we know of, like various YouTubers, and also various other metal guitar players who just happen to receive a bag from Dan every so often at the NAMM show. But dude, for real, click on that link, go to Red Kettle Coffee, order a bag. If you're into coffee, order a bag of that, support one of our bros and his wife's business. That would mean a lot to me if you guys would consider doing that. But, so what's my monster of choice? So I've actually got a few. I've been working my way through all of the ultras because the ultras have 0 sugar and low carb. Still fairly sweet, still some good flavor to them. I like the Ultra Sunrise, the orange one. I like the Ultra Zero, the one that's just the white one. I like the grape one. I love the grape one. The grape one is kind of my secret recipe for when I'm recording vocals because it just kind of develops that right amount of phlegm here where I can do the and have it not necessarily feel like I'm doing the Recently, though, I've gotten turned on to these red ones, the Ultra Red. These are awesome. But also, have you guys seen that there's new flavors right now? Ultra Fiesta, and is Ultra Rosa the one that's the watermelon one? Because I've had the Ultra one that's the watermelon one, and that was delish. And Ultra Fiesta is fucking rad because before I started keto, I was getting the one that had the mango flavor to it, but that one is super high in carbs. And now there's an Ultra one, that Ultra, is it Ultra Fiesta or is it Ultra Paradise? I thought it was Ultra Paradise. But Ultra, the one that's got like the like this color, that color can is delicious. I fucking love it. Have I had any dealings with Legator since that incident? A little bit. I'm just going to leave it alone. Let's see. I think they've got a peach one that came out recently. That one might be peach. To me, it tastes a little mango. I could be wrong. I'll be honest, I don't think that it actually had, I don't think that there actually was a signature from Legator. I think it was just that he was an endorsed artist for like a year, and that was it. And then SP Custom Guitars started making him his Warlocks. Yeah. I'll be honest, Adam, like, Elysian has no place to talk when they send off guitars that have burned epoxy right there on the pickup, and then they blame the pickup company for that shit. Yeah, that's what happened, if you remember the video. You really do, dude. That right card guitar sounded so ridiculous. Yeah, the red with the green top is the watermelon one, but there's one that's like kind of a aqua one that just came out that is so goddamn good. All right, so we've got 4 questions here. Let's see what else we've got. What are you? Hey Arnold, what is your favorite TS style overdrive? I think we're gonna answer that one as well. All right, now let's dig deep. Let's find some of the old ones. I cannot turn my hand all the way over because of an old injury, plate and 6 screws in my left forearm. Could a fan fret help me start playing again? Nowhere near me has one to try. You know what? I'm going to finally answer this one. This one has been sitting here for a while. Oh, you know what? We need a troll. We need a troll of the week. Who's going to be our troll of the week? Let's see here. Look like Fat Chad Kroger. No disrespect because your guitar skills are far more superior and I love you, man. How small does your dick really have to be to build a 10-string guitar? At some point, I am going to get Andrew Baina on this channel, and I'm going to have him do the Troll of the Week with me. That would be rad. Actually, thinking of ordering a Hades with an Outlook 5 to put in my cousin's old guitar. Was going to check with a local music store if they'd be able to gut the old electronics. Thoughts on Agile guitars today? I did a recent video on their new headless one, and it's decent, not awesome, but I still have an extremely high opinion of the owner of Rondo Music because he's always had a reputation that if there's a problem, you let him know and he fucking takes care of it. So I love that dude for that. Oh, let's see. That is from a video with Dana Rubans. I think I'm gonna save that and see if he wants to actually film that. I know what he's gonna want to say. Hey guys, let me pop a question to some of you guys in the chat to see, because I've been kind of floating around an idea here. And I wanted to know your guys' opinion. I wanted to know, like, if you guys had any suggestions. So, I am trying to find body cores for BC Riches. Like, I remember back in the day, you used to be able to buy these things all the goddamn time from Ed Roman, and those fucking things are all gone. And I'm so upset because finally now, when I'm like really, really interested in the idea of actually picking one up, now it's not an option. So I was wondering, does anyone out there know where I could procure one? Hey, Professor, how you doing? Still, part of me really wants to... I look like a 40-year-old mom. I'm good, I'm good. Well, like for like BC Rich stuff, a body core, like I always took to be the understanding of it was still the neck through with the body wings attached, also with the fretboard too, but it just wasn't completed. It wasn't like, it may have been routed for pickups and bridge, but there was no parts on it. It wasn't finished, that sort of stuff. You look like a 40-year-old mom. You know what? I feel like one too. This dude is hella fat. Mental case. Okay. I love going through. You look like a metalhead Eric Cartman. Except that it's ugly and looks gay. Your picture is right there, motherfucker. Nice shorts, bro. That being said, I like 2003 too. Oh, I love it how the trolls always like to latch on to appearance shit. Like, there's more to life than superficial shit like that. I should actually. Let me see. Let me see. Have a good lunch, my friend. How's the new job going? You're hilarious. This, at the moment, seems to be my new job. Like the goatee? Thank you. It's probably not going to stay because this is literally the only facial hair I grow. So I kind of grow like the Oakley shades, skull tin, diesel dually, and trucker hat kind of facial hair. That's really all that grows on me. But I appreciate you saying so. I'm a fucktard, apparently. Alright. So, I've got a lot of screenshots here. I'm just trying to go through. I'm saving that one. Alright. Who plays metal on a puny 50-watt head? Stacks. Lots of stacks. Piles of heads. What, you don't want to make mom up when you're playing in your room in the basement? Ooh. So, nice guitar, but the music is nothing but a fucking racket. That's the one we're going with. So, I worked in retail as a store manager. Now, sometimes that would mean that I would have to jockey a register if we were desperate for extra help to get through it. But most of the time, I would be on the sales floor, kind of directing traffic a little bit. Oh, yes, it's over here. Let me take you over there. Oh, here's an associate right here who can help you with this. That sort of thing. A lot of times doing the whole, you know, giving fast feedback, looking for opportunities. I was better at reading reports and observing and giving feedback and coaching so that I could hopefully help these young folks that were working for me become even better at their job. That's what I usually did. You know, just just trying to develop people. I was all about people development. And to me, I kind of felt like if you develop the people, if you take care of the people, if you have the people's back, then a lot of times the results you're looking for will just kind of fall into place. At least that's my opinion. Would you ever consider getting a Caesar guitar from Vienna? Why don't you like Kiesel guitars? Oh, that's a story for another day, I feel. Update video on Legator. Favorite string brand and gauges for your favorite tunings? I just answered that in the previous video. Thoughts on more products? There's McLeod. Wonder when that was? Let's take a look. Yeah, who knows? Judging from the appearance of it, it looks like it may have been in one of the live chats when we were doing a video premiere. I'm a pretty engaging and upbeat guy. I put on a really good front, my friend, to be honest with you. I appreciate you saying that, though. That is awesome. Hey, Arnold, love the FAQ. I have one question for you. I'm thinking of getting an 8-string. Who dat? Pete Jones, thank you so much for the first emote explosion of the day. Very, very much appreciate that, my brother. Young Thirsty's in the chat. How the hell are you? Thinking of getting an 8-string, and I'm sitting between a Strandberg or an Aristides. I don't care much for the fancy endorsed Strandberg neck, but when I play guitar, I was playing in classical position, which Strandberg supports very well. What brand would you recommend for an 8-string and why? Well, I've kind of been answering that question a lot lately. I'll wait for a few more videos and then answer it again. Oops, that was that one. Let's see. Oh, here's another one from a cloud. Sillier question. When you have the time, do you ever let pets into your studio? I remember that. I'm gonna hang on to that one. I'm gonna wait for a day when I can actually bring one of them up here and have her on the video. Of course, you don't know me personally. I know. I'm just spitballing a little bit here. I mean, it is what it is, dude. Like, there's always a ton of stuff that's weighing on me all the time, and I'm like anybody else. I'm trying my damnedest to keep that shit out of the workplace. Like, I'm trying my best to, like, when I'm at work, just kind of shut out everything outside of work. I've got my task. Let me get my task finished. I've got this thing here that needs to be figured out. Let me figure that out. But or I have this associate who I need to coach, who I need to do a write-up for, who I need to train on something. Let me do that. But there's always a bunch of stuff that's just kind of burning a hole in my brain. And that's honestly one of the other great things about doing this stream is I'm able to kind of push that shit out a lot. And that's been keeping me really, really upbeat on this stream, for example. Like, I kind of don't want to stop doing streams because of what it's doing for me. Like, I just feel like I'm having the time of my life on these streams and I'm getting so much accomplished. And I just feel like if this sounds a little fucking weird, I apologize, but it feels like I'm kind of becoming a little bit better person because of how I act on these streams. Does that make any sense? Like, I kind of feel like talking to you guys, being able to hold court a little bit, and being able to talk to you guys who kind of genuinely appreciate me a little bit more is definitely making me feel like $1 million fucking dollars and making me not want to stop. In regards to the Rev G20, how close could you get to, say, a fetid tomb mold blood incantation style tone? I think you can get really close with it, but in my opinion, the G20 is a little bit more articulate than that. You would be, in my honest opinion, dude, you would be better off having something that is a little bit more old school dual rec or old school JCM and really manipulating the low end on that. I think that would get you much more in the ballpark. To me, that Rev G20 sounded a little bit clean, but here's the beauty of using that amp is that you can load in different impulse responses if you wanted to use it for that purpose. You could use wall of sound, and you can find something that better captures that a little bit more. You love that I'm streaming more. Dude, I appreciate you popping by. I appreciate you guys popping by. That makes me feel like $1 million bucks. By the way, those of you guys that are watching right now, remember, I definitely would appreciate a follow on the Twitch channel, twitch.tv/ArnoldPlaysGuitar. Subs are also greatly appreciated. Arpeggio, I know you're in here, and I know you always give a ton of gifted subs, and I greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate that. Don't ever think for a second that I don't. Let's see if we can get a few more organic subs in here, because quite frankly, my friend, you do a lot for me. So let us see if we can get a little bit more organic subs today. Is there anyone out there that has Amazon Prime? Because if you've got Amazon Prime, you technically have a free Twitch Prime subscription. I would absolutely love to be the recipient of those Bezos bucks if you've got those to part with. So just click that little subscriber button and let me have it. It definitely goes a long way right now. I am unemployed. I am applying at jobs actively, but every subscription I get, every tip I get, every donation I get means the world to me, and it honestly keeps a roof over my head, keeps food on the table, so I'm very much appreciative of it all. But no, dude, like, I definitely think that you could get a pretty damn decent tone. Here's one of the other things I would also consider with that, with concerts with Chris, is that, it is one of those things that it's only one piece of the puzzle, and the bands that you're referring to, I like the Unbiased gear review, so it's not a full Yes Man review, gave me good ideas for some gear on I appreciate that, man. That's definitely what I try to do. And I mean, it's unbiased gear reviews, but look, I'm gonna be honest. I do the sort of YouTube content creator wheeling and dealing thing with some of these guys too, but it still doesn't necessarily affect, like, what's the best way I can describe this? I don't even know if I should be saying this, but I'm gonna anyway. It doesn't affect my bias at all. Like, to give you an idea, recently I did a review on this channel where I received a free guitar for my services. Shall remain nameless. I received a free guitar to do a review. And you guys can talk amongst yourselves, try to figure out which video that might be. But I still called out the bad shit that was on it. And I just feel like, even though I have a responsibility to the brands that are entrusting me to do this, I also have a responsibility to the consumer. And if it's one of those things where, like, I'm not going, like, if it's one of those things where, like, a company is going to put out improperly set up instruments or poor build quality or something like that, you know, that's not necessarily a company I want to keep 100% good graces with, if that makes any sense. Like, in my opinion, that's a waste of lumber for a guitar company to be putting out just cheap crap that isn't well thought out, that isn't fully R&D, that isn't fully fixed up. Free guitar or not, it was something that I had to mention to you guys. So, how hard was it to find that Terrence Hobbs SIG? It was actually really, really hard. What's funny is I was looking for that thing for probably like 2 years. And that was the one that I really, really wanted. But I was also of the opinion that, look, if I find an NJ Deluxe at a good price or some other reverse headstock Warlock at a good price, I will happily take that. The problem is that I kept finding all these ones that people were just asking for astronomical amounts on, because people seem to, like, especially in the BC Rich community, and I'm sorry if there's people out there that are, like, in these communities, but I need to make mention of this. All right, I'm all for people flipping gear. I'm all for people buying low, selling high, making a little bit of money. That's how all this shit got started, to be honest with you. But there's certain groups of instruments out there that people are fucking delusional about. And those turn of the decade made in Korea BC Riches are very high on that list. Are they awesome instruments? Yes. Are they awesome instruments to the point where they are worth more than what they originally went for? No. These people that are selling, like, that you'll occasionally see, like, a Chuck Schuldiner made in Korea Stealth pop up for like $1,800, or like those dudes that post like the NJ Deluxe Warlocks, which it is what it is. It's just 1000 series Floyd Rose EMGs, neck through body, and made in Korea at World Music, and people want like $1,700-$1,800 for it. Not the new ones either. I'm talking about the ones from a decade ago, back when Guitar Center bought a whole fucking boatload of them, couldn't give them away, so then they dropped them all down in price and marked them all as used, and practically gave them away. Like, that's how I got my Chuck Schuldiner Stealth, is that was a $1,000 instrument, brand new. They couldn't give them away, so they marked them all as used. And at some point, you just started seeing on Guitar Center's used page, like, oh, this guitar that is in brand spanking new dead mint condition is now $350. Yes, I got that thing for $350 back in the day. Exactly. Like, Young Thirsty, it's also like that here too. Like, I'm seeing a shitload of that in the Austin area. Like, in the Bay Area where I lived before, you could occasionally find some pretty kick-ass deals. Here on Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace, hell no. And what's really funny is that this is a very much a music-centric town. And don't get me wrong, I don't want people to be suffering as a result of the lockdowns and the quarantines and that sort of stuff. But it is one of those things where it's like, okay, a lot of people are not making money as musicians right now. And you're seeing a lot of stuff getting sold on Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist. And people are just holding firm. No, I'm going to get my $1,500 for this thing because I paid $1,100 for it and I want more money. Like, they are holding firm to that, and I just can't, like, fathom it. Like, dude, you need to relax a little bit. Me to talk, but what do I think about pedal platform amps? I think it's awesome. Like, that is how the Rev D20 and the Rev G20 came to be, is that is meant to be a super awesome pedal platform amp. And pedal platform amps are fucking awesome, but here's the thing though, I don't really deal with a lot of pedals. I don't deal with effects units. I don't deal with multi-effects or anything. What I deal with are dirt boxes. So 9 times out of 10, I'm running straight into a high gain head, and occasionally I'll have like a boost pedal. Or if I have a distortion, I'm running into the clean channel, but of a high gain head, the clean channel is not usually the thing that the amp designer, the amp builder really is focused on. So a lot of times they will be not that awesome, to be frank with you. So running like people always complain about like Metal Zone. Oh, fuck you, dude. Hold on. Oh, Professor Steele, quick on the draw. I appreciate that. But like, what was I saying? So like, a lot of people always complain about how like Metal Zones sound really shitty. Full bore metals from MXR sound really shitty. And I have to think about, well, but I think it's a thing where you're running these pedals into clean channels that aren't designed for super distorted tones. So, like, and then the other type of pedal that I use all the time is I use a lot of high gain preamp pedals, and that's super awesome because I just run that into the effects return. So the whole pedal platform amp thing to me is a little strange and a little unsuited to my needs, which is why I don't really dive into it that much. Like the Rev G20, for example, I dove into that because that's more of a high gain thing that has some pretty goddamn awesome high gain tones built in. But it is still a pedal platform amp. It's meant to be something where, you know, if you want to like totally raw the fuck out of that tone and make it sound dirty and grimy, you can. But at the same time, if you want to throw a whole bunch of delays and stuff on it and turn it into a black gaze machine, you can do that as well. And it does kind of emulate a lot of other high gain heads as well. It's a really great unit, I feel, especially for recording. But yeah, pedal platform amps, generally speaking, not my thing, honestly. All right, let's see. We need some other questions to answer. Did I seriously copy that one twice? I think I copied that one twice. I did copy that one twice. All right, hold on. That was this one. All right. Do you think headroom comes into play when you're going for a pedal platform amp? Oh, for sure, 100%. 100%. But at the same time, I feel like it's not necessarily that a tone is better. I feel like it's just different. Because there are awesome guitar players out there that can make the most out of practically nothing. So, like, I've seen guitar players, for example, that have performed live with like super low wattage amps and have made them fucking rule. What's my channel on Twitch? Same channel as here, man. Arnold Plays Guitar. So it's twitch.tv/Arnold Plays Guitar. Appreciate you asking. So, but it's kind of funny. Like, one of the best guitarists I ever saw, I wish I could remember his name. I was actually in a jazz club one time, and this dude was tearing it the fuck up in Chicago. And he was playing through a little 30-watt combo amp, and it sounded like fucking God. Not only did it sound incredible, it fit in a very, very nice sonic space within the music. To me, I feel like that's way more important. Dude, Akram, how the hell are you? Appreciate you, my friend. Like, to me, the tone is more important than the wattage. Sometimes the wattage has an effect on the tone. Sometimes, you know, you can have a 50-watt version versus a 100-watt version of the same amp and get two completely different tones. I am very much of the opinion, for example, like rectifiers. Someone asked recently, like, you know, in a Facebook group that I am a member of, someone asked, you know, okay, what's the difference between a dual rectifier and a triple rectifier besides the 50 watts? Do they honestly sound any different? And a lot of people are in there saying, honestly, they're the exact same thing. They sound completely the same. No, they do fucking not. I have A-B'd a dual rec and a triple rec, one on top of the other. And there's a reason why I bought a triple rec back in the day, but not a dual rec. The triple rec was way more saturated and suited what I wanted to do way more. It's just the thing. Like, they might be built intrinsically similar, but they have a different tone to them. Same thing with, like, you were asking about the Roland. You have a Roland JC40. If you go up to a JC60 or a JC120, it's going to have a slightly different tone. Is it going to be better? No, not necessarily. Is it going to be different? Yes. And you might find that that tone is better. So it's a much more subjective thing. Ever tried the Joyo Bantam Vivo? I have not tried that one. I would absolutely love to, though. I have tried the Zombie, though, and I loved the Zombie. Any opinions on Dunnable guitars pickups? I definitely do have some opinions on Dunnable guitars. I think Sasha Dunnable is an expert guitar builder. I think that the build quality is absolutely fantastic. I would love to actually get one on this channel to check out at some point. So if anyone has Sasha's information, you know, tell him to hit me up. I would love to do a little something here on the channel. Hey dude, I have noticed you haven't done a My Personal Guitars video in a while. Are there more videos to come? Keep up the good work. By the way, your channel kicks ass. Jesse, I think we're going to answer that question. Who dat? Darkest of the Moon, thank you so much. I appreciate for the follow. And boom, there's an emote explosion for you, my friend. As far as opinions on Dunnable pickups, I actually haven't had a chance to actually plug in a Dunnable instrument before. I've only had a chance to actually inspect the thing and look at it, to be frank with you. But damn well built. Dylan, your question's going to get answered very shortly. I feel like someone asked me that recently. I'm starting to notice in a lot of these questions that are in my FAQ video or my FAQ folder, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that I'm just not, well, that I know I've answered before. Try the Friedman butter slacks? No, unfortunately not. For a brief amount of time when I had the high watts still, there was a guy here in my local area that he had one Friedman that I can't remember which one it was, and he also had a butter slacks, and he was looking to trade, and I offered him the high watt, and he got back to me saying that's actually something I would really consider doing. You know, give me a day or two to think about that, and then I never heard from him again. And when I hit him back up, didn't get a response. So I guess a no. Well, either way, the high watt's gone now, so tough. More stories about touring and its pitfalls would be good. I've got a lot of stories from being on the road, but I need to think about one that A, I haven't talked about before, and B, that is appropriate to put in a video. Swiss Army cab, one of the best things you can do is get a really well-built 4x12 and do an X pattern of the speakers. Like, I would recommend, like, vintage 30s and creambacks. That sounds awesome. What genre were you of metal was I in back in my band days? A little all over the place, but very much way more mainstream. Like, it's kind of funny. Like, there was a running gag in a few of the bands that I used to be in, that in every band there's always that metal guy, and I was always that metal guy. So I would be playing in a screamo band, for example, but meanwhile I'd be on stage wearing an Hour of Penance t-shirt. You know, it's just the way I was. I've always loved the extreme side of metal. I've loved thrash, power metal, death metal, black metal, and many of its offshoots. But, you know, back where I'm from originally, hey, dude, holy shit, thank you so much. Oh, it's not that much as it seems, but whatever. I appreciate that all the same, man. Every little bit helps, and that does mean a lot. Thank you so much. It's like I've said several times, dude, whatever you guys are able to contribute is very much appreciated. And yeah, that does mean a hell of a lot. I appreciate that. So like, yeah, it's like the death metal band at hardcore shows, or in my case, like it was so funny when I moved to Kansas City. I lived in Kansas City for 9 months, and at the time when I lived in Kansas City was over fucking flowing with deathcore bands. It seems like every time you turned around, you would find some dude with saucer fucking plugs in his ears playing, you know, just doing all the slams, doing all the chugs. Kansas City used to have a shitload of fucking deathcore bands. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? And like, it's so funny. At the time, I was playing in more of like sort of, they called it just hard rock, but to me, I would call it more of like a technical screamo kind of thing. Or I don't know. It was tough to classify. I was in this band with a dude who would later go on to be like, other guys in the band like didn't really amount to much. The bass player has gone on to a few punk bands. The singer has gone on to be kind of an in-demand front of house guy, which good for him. He was a cunt, but good for him all the same. The other guitarist in that band had played with like Silent Civilian, the Autumn Offering, and a few other bands too that I won't dive into. But like that band, they always said that we were like, oh, we're hard rock and everything. But what I would actually more accurately call it is like, uh, think of like bands like Emo Rosa and Dance Gavin Dance and Chiodos and stuff, but with way less distortion and way more energy. That's probably the best way I could describe it. When I was on tour, the bands I was playing in were nu metal. You know, I played in a band called Silence is Broken, and fuck, that reminds me, I need to get that shit onto I need to get that shit onto DistroKid because one of my old guitar players hit me up recently and was like, "Hey man, go ahead and put it up if you so desire." And I would fucking really really love to, honestly, but I just haven't gotten around to it. Math rock, I wouldn't necessarily call it math rock because when I think of math rock, I think of something super shoegazy and super intricate. And it wasn't super intricate. It was more of like, God damn. I need to figure out a better way to describe it because it's one of those bands that band is like nowhere to be found at all on the internet anymore. You cannot find literally any trace of them anymore, which is weird because when I first joined that band, like there was a ton of stuff online, but now, you know what? Let me check some real quick. Ba, 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 ba. I still have a shirt for them. Matter of fact, it's funny. It's also funny because now I'm looking up that band, and now apparently there's a new band with that same name. Yeah, fuck it. I'm not finding it. Ugh. Ever listen to Witch Vomit? I do. I have actually listened to Witch Vomit. I think they're good. God damn. Just trying to find questions that I want to answer that I haven't answered before. Let's see. Thinking about a Harley Benton 2x12 or 4x12 for a guitar. Okay, I'm going to tell you straight up. The Harley Benton cabs are actually kind of legit. Don't get me wrong. Are they on a par with like a Marshall 1960 or a Mesa Recto or something like that, or an Engl double XL? No, come on. They're not. But are they incredible value for the money, especially with the fact that they have vintage 30s, and granted they're Chinese vintage 30s, but especially with the fact that they have Chinese vintage 30s loaded into them already, they're fucking awesome for that. I would definitely recommend the Harley Benton cabs. Witch Vomit sound HM2 like? I think it's ever so slightly, but only in terms of like the amount of grime that's in that tone. They're not, in my opinion, they're not an HM2 based band. Thoughts on Kiesel? I think that I think the guitars are awesome. I'm not the biggest fan of the leadership. I'm gonna leave it at that. There was a failed guitar brand you could. Oh shit, that is. Hey Adam, I am going to copy that as a screenshot. And that is going to be answered in the video because that is a goddamn great question. So boom, there it is. We've got 10 questions for the IFAC video. Let's airdrop these to my phone. Now I just need to think of... Oh, it's Legator. All right, I need to stop. All right, I need to stop shitting on Legator. I need to stop shitting on Kiesel in the streams. I need to move on a little bit. I need to focus on the shit that's really important. Have there been any Ignator amps I've tried, liked? I've always been interested in that brand, but I've never really actually sat down and plugged into them for an extended period, I'm afraid. Okay, I'm just going to pull this up real quick. Well, one of the first videos that really kind of took off on my channel, Schizo, is I had... like my buddy Chad had basically ordered one of those first fanfret runs that they had, and it did not go well. It did not end well. So definitely feel free to look it up. I think if you just look up Legator guitars, my video is still one of the very first ones that comes up. By the way, I have heard a lot of feedback on this format for this this last IFAC video that I did, and I'm picking up what you guys are putting down here. I'm not gonna do that shit again, where I post the answer, because then a lot of people told me that they just got into the habit of just reading the answer and saying fuck it. So, which is fair. I get it. You know, if I ever do something like that again, I'll just post the question, but not the answer. Yeah, dude. Those Duncan Solars are ridiculous. They're so good. So good, man. All right, and now we get to delete all of this shit. One day. I'm telling you, that's my dream production run instrument right now. I really want a Solar Marzi. It is just fucking perfection to me. That's what happens when you edit these. This was also probably the most work I've ever put into an IFAC video. Flat out. I want to say it took like 4 hours to get that thing done. So much so that like I ended the stream and I just focused on finishing it. Have I ever tried Duncan Solars in different brands? The thing about the Duncan Solars is that they're very, very closely based off of two other models that already exist. The neck is just a slightly tweaked 59, and the bridge is just a slightly tweaked custom 5. So, in that respect, yeah. I mean, like, I've played the 59 in a bunch of Schechters and ESPs over the years, and I have played the custom 5 in a few different things over the years too, and they sound awesome. But like with anything, it definitely does depend on the instrument for sure. For sure. All right. So we're going to exit out of Final Cut Pro. We're going to instead load up Logic Pro. We're going to do an IFAC video first and foremost. One of these days, I'm hoping to try out guitar with a Pegasus Sentient. The Pegasus and Sentient sound fucking awesome. They really do. I have an opinion that not a lot of people share. A lot of people don't like because I don't know if you remember, but like when the Pegasus and Sentient came out, that was the same time that the Nazgul came out. 3 pickups came out at the same time. It was the Pegasus, the Sentient, the Nazgul. I fucking loved the Nazgul, and I still love the Nazgul. A lot of people don't because it's got a weird mid-range character to it, but I love that weird mid-range character because in my opinion it brings out a different side of all the amps I run it through. Sounds legit. Sounds fucking awesome. Before I pull up my IFAC file, let's just one more time listen to the awesomeness that happened yesterday. This was the video with the LCD baritone. Apparently we need the drums to finish loading. Whoops. It definitely was made for tuning low, but it also works really, really well for more standard tunings, though, in my honest opinion. Why are you over here? That made no sense. This thing literally opened up on my other monitor over here. That was weird. Which is where I can see all you guys. Okay, drums are loaded. All right, let's try that shit again. Damn, that came out so good yesterday. All right. Yes, close. Save. A lot of editing went on, Professor Steele. Like, the first part, that dum 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 ka dum 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 ka dum dum ka, that part got kept because that actually worked really, really well. But I edited a ton of shit after that. Few questions came up while I was vibing out here. Let's see. Think what has me curious with pickups in the 12.5K range is that a lot of pickups tend to be either vintage based or hot rod, so you get a bit of a midway point there. I agree, and I actually like that a lot. I think that you get a lot more articulation in that sort of range as well. Like having something that is super hot for a bridge pickup is cool in some instances, but especially like when you go to record, you start to see that there's actually a limitation of having a pickup that's pushing that much fucking voltage. And sometimes it's not very good results. That's the reason why I don't really like a Seymour Duncan Invader. It's funny, I actually really like an Alternative 8, and that's loud as fuck. But an Invader doesn't do it for me because it's just too goddamn much. But like something like a Screamin' Demon, holy shit, what a great pickup. What would my go-to tuning be? I'll be honest, man, I don't really have one. I've got a lot of guitars set up here in various different tunings. So I think the only tuning I don't have anything set up in is E standard. I've got E flat standard, I've got B standard, B flat standard, drop C. I found out recently I have a few instruments that are set up in C standard that I forgot about. I have a fair amount of instruments set up in D standard, or like for the 8 strings, I think I have every single one of those set up in E standard right now, which is a whole step down. But that's a little fluid depending on what I'm working on at the time. Okay, getting some volume there. The Death EZX, I'm playing Brutal Death Metal. There's the cast iron snare that, oh my god, it's got that perfect ping. I know, dude. I know exactly what you're referring to. Reminds me of Fit for an Autopsy. That's actually the vibe that I was going for with that. I appreciate you noticing that. First 6-string bass guy here on Monday. I can't put it down. I don't think I'm coming back. It's so much more fun than I imagined it was going to be. Good job on the riff. That was nice. Appreciate you, Russ. Take it easy, Professor. All right. Let's set up this video. We're going to really quick shoot an IFAC video. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. I wish it was so much easier to just connect a cable to this camera and transfer files that way, but god damn, it always fucks up. Definitely doesn't do it as cleanly and easily as it did with my Zune. See if it's a good angle. No, it would not at all. Jesus Christ. Terrible angle, as a matter of fact. Okay, that's just barely outside of camera view. I like this, having a little bit more distance there. I think that looks actually kind of nice. All right. And now we make a slight change. Desktop and screensaver. Hello, how the hell are you? Okay, so I set the screensaver to a minute so that we can quickly do this. So we're about to do an IFAC video. All right. Just kind of going over the questions a little bit in my head, kind of formulating some answers. An unfortunate thing of doing screen captures from the Twitch streams is a lot of this stuff gets very, very pixelated. Good death metal sold me on pushing. Holy shit! Ola, how the hell are ya? Dude, I totally missed out. Holy shit. I'm just lost in my own little frame here. How are you doing, man? Oh no, did he leave already? Oh, that would be such a bummer. God, I was like lost in thought on something really quick and I was like, oh shit. Ah. Oh. Well, dude, if he's gonna be here, we're gonna work on something else then. We are going to work. Hello! Dude, no, thank you for everything, dude. You're already gone? Just kidding. Well, we are, in that case, we are going to work on some tunes, my friend. Save. We are going to work on a little bit of music production. We're gonna let's do this amp demo. We've got the Engl Steve Morse Signature 100 here, which ended up being way fucking better than I thought it was going to be. You want to hear some Engl? All right, let's do it. Let's fucking do it. We need a guitar. Hold on. All right. Holy shit, this is awesome. This is like a raid. Except that it's one dude who I look up to immensely. All right. So, for everyone that's tuning in, wow, this is, holy shit, this is fucking rad. Screenshotting that just for my own, like, so I can look at it and go, ah. I know, right? It's fucking getting there. L'Oreal, because I'm worth it. Alright, so recently... Okay. Oh, whoops. Look at that. I'm so goddamn distracted. All right. Why is that sounding the way it is? It was not sounding that way before. It was sounding much, much better. Okay, go to a preset that I've got loaded up here. That's a little bit better. Bring that down. So what we are doing right now is we are running the Engl through the 2 notes captor 8, which is then going into 2 notes wall of sound. From there, we're kind of fucking around a little bit with the different cabs, but I typically always start off with the Engl double XL cab. The official Engl cab is definitely one of my favorites. It just sounds so fucking legit. Real quick, I'm gonna put on this strap so I can stand up and tweak some knobs really fast. Believe it or not, Ola, the Engl was what I used for the Sunday with Ola video that you showed. By the way, thank you so goddamn much about that. That meant the world to me, for real. Tweak some knobs a little bit here. Speaking of knobs, let me get this so that you guys can actually see moi. Okay, so we are on channel 3 high gain. Fucking around with it a little bit here. Needs more treble. Alright, hold on. Trouble, you say? Keep in mind too, the presence right now is up around, let's actually put the presence up to 7. How are we feeling about that, guys? I'm thinking that's sounding pretty legit. Guitar we're using, by the way, is my Framus Masterbuilt that has Lawler DB humbuckers in it. Sounds fucking legit. That damn strap is too high. So one of the things you guys will notice is on the low mid here and also on the high mid, there's 2 different controls for them. What it is they each have their own sort of like cue to them. So like one is a much like sharper, more refined cue for that control, for that EQ I should say. And then the other one is a much wider cue band. Kind of liking that. So like really quick, let's set the high mid, both of them to the same thing, and this is what we get when we go between them. Do you hear how this sounds a bit more defined than this one? I mean, don't get me wrong, they both sound awesome. Now let's also play around with the low mids here. So we've got... Oh, all of a sudden that got way honkier. We're just gonna keep it right there. This is fucking awesome. Like, here's the thing, like, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't this thing initially meant to be, like, way more based off of the Invader? See, the Invader didn't really sit well with me because it had this, like, weird mid-range character to it. And I just felt like it was too well-rounded of a mid-range. Like, it just sounded like really big and full, and I know it's making it sound like I'm saying how much I would normally love the Invader, but it's just something I like a little bit more scooped mids, and it just seems like it's a little bit easier to dial that back with this Steve Morse, even though supposedly it may not be based a little bit on the Invader, but goddamn, it's sounding really good. Now, the reason why I'm not reaching for the Solar guitar is actually because I've got it on the workbench right now. Oh, shit. Sorry. Is actually because I've got it on the workbench right now. I'm doing some work with the bridge. Just for gits and shiggles. Nah, that was a fort and grind. I was just throwing that on just to see if it gave us anything out of that, and it gave us kind of like a weird sort of like cocked wah tone. Dude, Dan, this is the Engl Steve Morse Signature 100. I think Ola said something earlier that it was basically built on an early revision Savage. That's making a lot of sense, honestly. Alright, so here's the other thing too. We're not even in high gain mode. Nah, dude, this isn't the loaner. This is something I partially traded for the Fort and Cali. So, for those of you guys that remember, I had a Fort and Cali recently. I did a video on it. I loved that amp. But because I'm unemployed, I actually got rid of it just so that I could have a little bit of extra money sort of saved up in a little, like a sort of cushion fund. That way, if you know, the job search wasn't going so hot or whatever, I still had a little bit of money I could dip into to pay bills. So the gentleman that bought the Fortin, though, he did a partial trade with me, and I got this out of it. And I'm really liking this. It's not doing anywhere close to what that Fortin Cali did. I love that Fortin Cali for the Marshall on steroids tone that it had. But, dude, this is... whew! This is sounding legit. It's awesome. It's got that super saturated fucking thrash metal tone. Right on, Ola. Thank you so much for dropping by. I appreciate you so goddamn much, man. So much. You rule, dude. For real. Hey, hit me up sometime. I really want a Martzi. You know, it's kind of funny. I just kind of feel like having this on is not as awesome. That's good though. Well, the Marshall does, or the Dover does a little bit Marshally stuff, but it's Marshally stuff in the vein of like DSL, and TSL kind of stuff. It's super saturated Marshally territory. But what the Fortin did, that Fortin Cali did that like super articulate, hot rodded plexi thing. And turns out I fucking love that. Dude, I'm kind of really fucking digging this. Alright. Jesus, no. When I say Marshall on steroids, I'm actually thinking, yeah, a little bit like the Glassy Strat overdrive tones, but like, you know how a hot-rodded plexi just has that thing about it that you crank it and it's got just some like super articulate punch to it. It's got a weird thing that's like difficult to describe. You just need to kind of hear it. That sort of like European power metal tone is oozing hot-rodded Marshall. And that's what I was getting out of the Fortin Cali. Whereas what I get out of like the Dover or even this Engl is way more along the lines of like super pushed like Marshall JCM 2000 kind of stuff. Like the Dover is more of like a Syrian modern high gain, even better improved upon version of that. The Engl is sort of similar, but with a much like kind of fuller, rounder low end and low mid structure. What is that? Hot Rod Plexion position 4 or 5 is like super future gen tones, glassy clean, pushing through high gain sizzle, so odd. It is awesome. I mean, that's really like how that Guitarmery BTR set completely like sort of came to be, is like I really wanted that sort of like awesome Halloweenish, Yngwie-ish, Angel Dust-ish, like hot rodded Strat and hot rodded Marshall tone coming through. really digging the tone on that. I don't even want to mess with the knobs because I feel like I found a really nice sweet spot. The high mids are pushed a little bit, the low mids are brought back a little bit, and I'm just getting something nice and articulate and fucking brutal. That's sounding fucking legit. So I think we've got a really cool tone. I think we've got it figured out which guitar I'm going to be using for that video. But, yep, this is the Framus with the Lollers. But we were about to start something else, and then all of a sudden the famous face showed up in the YouTube chat, and I'm very, very appreciative to that, but I was like, I am not going to sit here and talk with my back to the camera if Ola's going to be in the YouTube chat. That's ridiculous. I'm not going to do that. So, let's get back to what we were working on. We've got a good tone figured out. We've got a guitar figured out for the demo song. I think I know exactly which demo song I'm going to do too. So that's gonna work. Engl. Hey, no problem, man. Before we get to, like, the actual... Did I leave my camera on the whole time? I did. I'm an idiot. Before I get to the actual answering of the questions for the FAQ video, too, I'm going to take a brief break, run downstairs, grab a snack super fast. Bring back that song we used for the EC shootout. Oh, I have to tell you about something with that, Dan. I was going through my... I have a folder of trolls for my Troll of the Week segment, and I found one where some dude was talking shit about that video you and I did. And, yeah, I'm going to need a videotaped response from you, my friend. I know you're going to want to respond. So, but anyways, we're going to take a short break, no longer than 5 minutes, I promise. And I'm going to come right back, and we're going to do the IFAC video, and then we're going to move on to the Engl one. Alright. Oh, shit. That's a horrible angle. Let's fuck with that a little bit. Better. Alright. Have a turkey burger with mango habanero cheese. I have no idea, Adam. You'd have to ask Jamie Slays. I have no idea. Sorry guys, just cranking through this super fast. Delectable. Dude, that mango habanero cheese for those burgers is so goddamn good. Alright, let's fucking do it. I shouldn't even be. I should let it just go to the screensaver so that I can start the video. Come on, computer. I'll post it. I'll send it to you at some point. Alright, so what the fuck? Who makes decent cheap guitar lessons for an intermediate player? Honestly, there's tons of stuff on YouTube. I would definitely just start looking around, see what you can find. Okay, so apparently my screensaver does not want to work right now, so I'm just gonna set it back to an hour, and I'm just gonna fucking start with this video, because now I'm wasting time. Hey guys, how the hell are you? Thank you so much for tuning in to yet another IFAK video, and I wanted to say I appreciate you guys so much. I'm not going to belabor you with a long intro today because I've got a couple things I need to request. First of all, as I've mentioned on a few other recent videos, we are streaming this live right now on twitch.tv/ArnoldPlaysGuitar. Please remember to hit me up at that page, give me a follow, give me a sub, because it's all very much appreciated. I'm trying to build that channel up, and we are streaming practically every single day. So if you want to see how this stuff happens, how it gets done, what happens behind the scenes as far as like video editing, checking out new gear, and that sort of stuff, definitely give me a follow, because that's kind of where it's happening. Besides that, I've got an idea for the next IFAK, and I'm going to ask you guys to hit me up in the comment section below. I want a themed IFAK video for the next one, and I'm not necessarily sure that this is going to really work. This could turn out to be something that backfires wholeheartedly, but whatever. I've got an idea. Hit me up with questions for the IFAK video, specifically related to my YouTube channel. So maybe not necessarily my opinions on gear or anything, but like, I'd like to answer some questions about my process, about me having a YouTube channel, stuff like that. If you have anything that is YouTube channel related, burning a hole in your brain, ask it below. But now, let's get into the first question. Hey Arnold, question. Does your studio space have soundproofing like panels or foam? Love your riffs, dude. By the way, that amp sounds so good, I'm drooling over here. Hey, thanks, man. That amp is really, really awesome, and I love it. Now, as far as the soundproofing goes, I've toyed with the idea several times of actually buying some to put in the studio, but I've never actually gone forth and purchased like a pack or anything. I was actually thinking for a little bit before I put that Vader cab up there with the logo, I was thinking about getting like an art foam panel that had my logo plastered on it so that it would just be right up there in everyone's face, but still serving a function in here. But at the same time, you know, I kind of feel like in this room, for what I do, it's fine not necessarily having this room acoustically treated. So, could it probably sound a million times better? Yeah. But am I still putting forth a product that I'm happy with, and I'm happy with the overall tone of, and I'm happy with the overall attitude of? Hold on, good, redo that part. But am I still putting forth a product on the YouTube and on Spotify and Apple Music and on whatever other platforms that I'm releasing music on? Am I still putting forth a product that I am happy with the end result and that I'm happy with the overall attitude that comes through that recording, yes, I am. So, you know, I would probably say that for my purposes, acoustic treatment isn't really all that necessary. I'm sure there's some of you that would beg to differ, though. Nice review, just it sounds like you're doing a commercial or paid programming show the way you talk, LOL. Dude, I appreciate you saying so. Thank you so much for saying that I sound intelligent and professional. I'm gonna redo that. Dude, thank you so much for saying so. I really, really appreciate the compliment, saying that I sound professional and intelligent, and that I speak so eloquently when I am relaying the information about the products that I'm reviewing to you. I am very, very, very much appreciate that statement, and sir, or anyone out there, if you know of anyone who is looking for voiceover work, please send them my way. I would absolutely love to help them out with that. Have you tried the Line 6 Shuriken? For tuning options, it's like the Swiss Army knife of guitars, LOL. Yeah, but for tonal options, it's like the pip farting on a snare drum. Hold on, I'm gonna redo that again. Yeah, but for tonal options, it's like the pip farting on a snare drum of guitars. Like, the one time that I've actually sat down and played a Line 6 Shuriken, it sounded like raw ass. There's really no better way to say it. It sounded horrible. It played honestly fine, like it played like any other sort of instrument that's built at that same factory that makes the Washburns and the Solars. The build quality was definitely there, but this particular instrument sounded terrible. No matter what we did to it, no matter what setting we put it in, it just sounded like shit. I watch most of the streams at work when I miss them. Thank you for letting them up, by the way. And I was wondering what your thoughts are on the lyric writing process. I've wanted to put lyrics to my songs and try to do vocals, but I can never really get lyrics melodies that sound good or I'm happy with. Dude, I'll be honest with you, I'm right there in the same boat with you. I find that that is an extreme hang-up for me when I'm recording my own music, which is why I've got a ton of songs that are written and are mostly recorded, but I'm to that point where I'm supposed to record vocals on it, and number one, I am not a singer, I am not a professional vocalist at all, I don't take care of my voice, so that's one thing, but the other thing is that I feel really, really weird about the lyrics that I write. Every so often I get a spark of greatness and I can quickly churn out some stuff like that recent Nihilistic EP that I put out. But for the most part, trying to come up with lyrics to my own music is one of the most daunting tasks. It's something where I don't necessarily want to pay somebody else to do it either. I want to keep it a solo project, and same thing with the whole, you know, coming up with vocal melodies and singing the stuff myself. I would prefer to do it myself if at all possible. Not saying that I'm opposed to working with somebody else, but for the sake of a lot of the stuff I'm working on, I prefer to keep it in-house. But dude, I am right there with you. It is a fucking chore for me as well. Hey Arnold, what is your favorite TS style overdrive? So, something that I mentioned in the last IFAC video, if it's something that has a more clean, transparent, and pristine sound to it, with no coloration of the tone, I much prefer something like a Highwind Dire Wolf. I like the options that it has, but I also like how it's pretty much tone coloration free. It does a great job of boosting the front end of most of the amps I put it in front of, and for that reason I love it. Now, if I am looking for something with a little bit more low-end coloration, like what a lot of those old Tube Screamers used to do, I love the Maxon 808X. I think that that is a fantastic overdrive. Definitely has an extra amount of oomph in the low end, in my opinion. I sold the one that I had a long time ago because it was suffering from a little electronic issue and I couldn't be bothered to fix it myself. One fine day, I will buy another one because that was probably my favorite, more like sort of colored TS style overdrive that I've actually played through. I cannot turn my hand all the way over because of an old injury. Plate and 6 screws in my left forearm. Could a fan fret help me start playing again? No one near me has one to try. So that's a tough call, man, because if it's tough for you to like turn your hand all the way over, are you meaning like this? Because here's the thing, like if it's being a little bit of a hassle for you to turn your hand like this, like when you're playing on a guitar normally, think about when you're playing the lower frets, you're gonna have to turn that wrist over even further. So I gotta be honest, I don't necessarily think that that's gonna be a fix for you. I hate to say it. I think if anything, it might make the problem worse, to be honest with you. It would be something where I would definitely still like consider seeing if someone around you has one to try. I know you think no one does, but hit up the local chat groups, hit up the local music discussion groups, you know, and just ask if anyone's got one that you can check out. You know, I would not recommend you spending money on even like the cheapest piece of junk one to try, knowing that it could potentially be disastrous for you. It's also something where I would maybe consult with a doctor because I'm really not one and I don't know shit about fuck when it comes to medical issues. So, you know, I would leave that to an expert, talk with a physician. If you find someone to try it, like, if you find someone that has one locally, try it out, but go slow. And if it's like when you're turning a screw or something, if you encounter resistance, fucking stop, so that you don't create a problem you don't already have, or that you do already have and end up making it worse. If there was a failed guitar brand you could bring back, what would it be? Parker for me. Oh shit. First of all, I would love to actually check out something that, with regards to the... What the fuck? Card is full. How can the card be full? There's no goddamn way. Damn it to hell. Alright, we're gonna do this all over again, guys. I just deleted everything by accident. Oh, shit. I know why it's saying that the card is full. It's because... Oh, I know. You hate to see it, dude. No, what broke the thing is like, okay, when I had the memory card plugged into... When I had the memory card plugged into the computer so that I could get those video files off of that, what ended up happening was I deleted everything off of that memory card because I thought, yeah, okay, this is looking a little full. I forgot to empty the trash can. So that means essentially it's really still on there. So yeah, I fucked up. Alright, let's do this shit again. Let's see if I can be as eloquent as I once was. Hey guys, how the hell are you? Time for another all-new IFAC video. Thank you so much for tuning in. We've got a lot to go over today. I'm not going to create a long drawn-out intro because there's a couple things I want to talk to you about. Firstly, as you can see behind me, we are streaming this process live right now on twitch.tv/ArnoldPlaysGuitar. Something I've mentioned in a few other videos, I'm going to keep mentioning it here because ever since I've been without employment, without proper employment, I guess, in addition to looking for a new career path and applying at jobs and interviewing, I've been streaming, honestly, pretty much every single day. The music production, the video editing, all sorts of cool stuff, checking out the new gear that's been coming in. So if you want to see, like, firsthand how we actually do this whole process here, the behind-the-scenes workings, but if you also want to get the first look at the gear that we are reviewing on this channel, the Twitch stream is where you need to do it. Twitch.tv/ArnoldPlaysGuitar. Please give me a follow, give me a sub. Every little bit helps. The second thing I wanted to talk to you about really quick is, guys, I have an idea for the next IFAC video. This could completely blow up in my face. This could completely be a failure. But I want to give it a shot just so that we can try something a little different. What I would like is I would like a theme to the next IFAC video. So I'm going to ask you guys in the comment section below, please submit questions that you may or may not have pertaining to the YouTube channel itself. Maybe how I run my YouTube. Maybe how I do a few things behind the scenes. That's fine. Maybe how, like, what are my thoughts on the process of video editing or stuff like that? What are my thoughts on the current state of YouTube? Whatever. Throw me some YouTube-related questions and YouTube channel-related questions. A little bit less about the gear. We'll get back to the normal questions on the next IFAC video probably, but I just have an idea. Let's do a themed one. So hit me with those questions below. And now, without much more delay, the first question. Hey Arnold, question. Does your studio space have soundproofing like panels or foam? Love your riffs, dude. By the way, that amp sounds so good, I'm drooling over here. Dude, how do you think I feel? I own it. It sounds fucking legit. Dude, it's funny. I've given a lot of thought to getting soundproofing materials for this room, but every single time that I give thought to acoustically treating it, I just never really follow through with it. I never make that purchase. I never hit any company up to see what I can get. There's even been a few times where I've thought, hey, what if I get like an acoustic panel that's an art piece and just have my logo on it? Like before I got this Vader cab that's got my logo on it, that's what I was seriously considering doing. Putting like an art piece of acoustic foam up there that has my logo on it, big and bold and in your face, so that way that would show through as like a backdrop for a lot of these videos. But just never done it. And I'll be honest with you, man, the type of stuff that I do, and I kind of feel like a lot more attitude and aggression goes into the material, not so much fine-tuning. So if that makes any sense, like I feel like the end result from the recordings and the mixes and the masters kind of reflects that too. I kind of feel like what I do comes through on those end recordings, the end results, a little bit more organically than if I was to sit here in a perfectly awesome acoustically treated studio environment. So I know that sounds like I'm just kind of bullshitting my way in to say, you know what, I'm just lazy and I don't want to put up the stuff, but you know, whatever. If it's something that I've got to knee-jerk myself into as saying like, hey, this is how I justify it, then fuck it, that's what I'm doing. But I kind of really like the end result that I'm getting for the YouTube and all the streaming services and the Bandcamp and whatever else. So I don't really feel the need to put up any sort of acoustic treatment, to be honest. Nice review, just it sounds like you're doing a commercial or paid programming show the way you talk, LOL. My friend, I am so happy that you feel that way. It speaks volumes that you compliment me for my eloquence and for the fact that I use proper enunciation and alliteration
and that I speak slowly and clearly, and I try to get my point across in the most intelligent of fashion, even though I just said, So, for you to compliment me on such a professional and refined delivery of my lines, which, by the way, are not lines, I'm just coming up with this shit on the top of my head, I very much appreciate that, sir. So, for those of you out there, if you know of anyone that is looking for voiceover actors, someone who can speak as eloquently and professionally as I am right now, please tell them to hit me up because I am very, very much open for those opportunities. Have you tried the Line 6 Shuriken? For tuning options, it's like the Swiss Army knife of guitars, lol. That might be so, but at the same time, it's like the pip farting on a snare drum of guitar tones. Jesus Christ, the one time that I've actually played a Line 6 Shuriken, I was holding the thing going like, okay, it's built nice. You know, you can obviously tell it's made in the same place where like the solars and the washburns are built, that it's built really solid with some nice appointments for the money. And if it was just like a $700 instrument with an EMG or a Fishman in it, it would be fucking legit. But because of all the weird, goofy stuff that's inside it, it sounds like fucking raw ass. And for that reason, I fucking hate it. It sounds terrible. Just awful. And yeah, it might suit a certain purpose with being able to get all these different tunings, but if you're sacrificing the tone, who gives a shit? Buy more guitars. I watch most of the streams at work when I miss them. Thank you for leaving them up, by the way. And I was wondering what your thoughts are on the lyric writing process. I've wanted to put lyrics to my songs and try to do vocals, but I can never really get lyrics, melodies that sound good or I'm happy with. Dude, Brett, I'll be honest with you, man, I am in the same fucking boat. Like, I've got so much stuff here that is left unfinished because I just can't get around to writing lyrics. I can't get around to writing vocal melodies. I can't get around to actually singing them or screaming them or growling them or whatever. I am not a trained vocalist really for the most part. I've had minimal training, but like I don't take care of my voice. I don't really know a lot of optimal techniques for doing so or for warming up. I know a little bit, but not much. So when I do these vocal performances on like the black and death metal stuff, I'm usually hoarse, like with a really sore throat for like the next day or two because I'm so terrible. But as far as like writing lyrics, writing vocal melodies, that is my number one hang up that is keeping me from getting a lot of this shit done. Like in some instances, I get that spark of creativity where I can crank out the Voided EP or I can crank out the Nihilistic single that I just put out. But most of the time, I'm like second guessing everything that I type. I'm second guessing the vocal patterns and how they're going to fit in the music. And it just doesn't come together. I would absolutely love it if I can figure out the secret and figure out what I'm doing wrong. But Jesus, dude, I don't have any tips or tricks to you. But Jesus, dude, I don't really have any tips or tricks that I can give you because I suffer from the same shit. Hey Arnold, what is your favorite TS style overdrive? So for something that is more like cleaner and more pristine and transparent, but still Tube Screamer-ish, I really, really like the Highwind Direwolf. It's probably my favorite overdrive box that I currently own. It's very versatile. It does have a bunch of switches on here, and I know a few of you guys are thinking like, oh, well, that's too complicated. Not really. Just find a setting or two that you really like. But, I mean, I really, really dig this thing. I feel like it does a great job of boosting most amps that I put in front of, and it doesn't really have a lot of tonal coloration unless you really manipulate this shit down here. I think that it's a damn fine unit, in my honest opinion. Besides that, I love, for something with a lot more low-end coloration, I love the Maxon OD808 X, the red box one, the extreme one. That to me is a fantastic tube screamer style overdrive that has a lot of extra oomph to it. And I used to have one. I sold it because it had an electronic issue and I just couldn't be bothered to take care of it. One fine day, I will get my hands on another one and start experimenting with which amps I'm putting it in front of. Because goddamn, that was a fantastic overdrive, and I need to have another one of those in my life. I cannot turn my hand all the way over because of an old injury, a plate and 6 screws in my left forearm. Could a fan fret help me start playing again? No one near me has one to try. So I'll be honest, dude, I'm not the best person to ask on that. I would think, being that, like, okay, this is kind of a normal playing position, when you go to the lower frets, you're actually extending that out even further. So I would think that would actually hurt you even more and exacerbate that old injury. So I would probably not recommend it so much. I think it would behoove you to talk to a physician about that to see if it's something that could be done. And if you do still feel so inclined to find someone locally that has one, hit up the local music discussion chats. The local radio station usually has a forum you can go on to, for better or for worse. See if anyone has a fan fret guitar that you can at least check out. And when you do check it out, for God's sakes, go slow. And it's just like when you're turning a screw or fixing something. If you encounter resistance, fucking stop. Because I would absolutely hate for you to exacerbate an old injury by trying to make this work for you. So besides that, good luck, man. And I understand that you're trying to get reacclimated to your favorite creative outlet. I really, really hope you're able to at some point, and if not, I hope you're able to find another outlet to also still keep making music without tweaking your left arm. If there was a failed guitar brand you could bring back, what would it be? Parker, for me. You know, something interesting about Parker is I've heard a lot in recent years on a lot of Facebook groups and forums that high-end US-built Parkers were the shit. Maybe I've just never had a good enough experience, like actually grabbing one and playing it or something. I don't know. Like, I would love to actually get my hands on one of the, what was it, the Fly Supreme or the Fly Custom. I would love to actually check one out and see how awesome these things actually were. As far as like a failed guitar brand, oh god, that's a tough call. I think if anything, maybe I would love to find one of those obscure late 80s, early 90s shred brands that kind of went nowhere and try to like come up with some new models for them, or maybe like tweak the designs a little bit for the modern player. Like, man, what about Hartfield? Hartfield would be pretty cool. I know that was a joint venture between Fender and the Fujifilm factory, but man, I would love to see a modern take on the Fender Talon, the Hartfield Talon. I think that would be absolutely kick-ass. Could it compete with the Ibanez stuff that's out there? I think especially if you have it made at the Fujifilm factory, I think it could fucking destroy it. What I would be curious though is I would be curious to see if someone can come up with some awesome, modern, more metal shapes to go along with the brand as well. So the reason why I'm going with Hartfield is because I used to have a Hartfield Talon that was a fucking incredible instrument. It sounded immense. It was an incredible instrument for tracking too. It recorded solos so well. But I sold it because at the time I had some issues with knowing how to like fix certain parts and how to do certain things regarding a setup. and it wasn't translating to when I would work on that instrument, so I ended up selling it, and I do kind of regret that because it was just a beautiful sounding piece, and I wish I still had it. I just ordered a Hoppus Judge 627. How do you feel with the anxiety of waiting for a custom guitar? Oh shit. It's tough, dude. Like, I honestly would just say play the shit out of all the guitars you've already got and try to find something about each of them that you love, love, love and can't live without. And sometimes it helps you put that instrument out of your mind. For instance, right now, I have a Maslow 9-string that is being ordered. And it's the kind of thing where until someone asks me a question in the Twitch chat or something or on YouTube, you know, I sometimes don't remember that I have an instrument on order because I'm jumping around playing so much stuff here and trying to keep myself so busy that it takes my mind off of it a little bit. That's not to say that I'm not eagerly anticipating the guitar, but that is to say that I think that's how I figured out how to deal with it. So, that being said, hey Frank, if you're seeing this, I can't wait to get my hands on it, and I'm going to play some brutal groovy shit when I get it. Hey dude, I noticed you haven't done a My Personal Guitars video in a while. Are there more videos to come? Keep up the good work, by the way. Your channel kicks ass. Dude, Jesse, thank you so much. You know I love you, bro. There are more My Personal Guitars to come up. It's just every time I feel like I'm going to sit down and actually work on one, that's when I get the call, hey, can we send you something to review? Or, hey, you know, can I bring something over for you to review? Something like that. Or, hey, let's set up a Twitch stream so that you can actually stay busy while you're doing this. So sometimes it just kind of slips through the cracks. It's not exactly the most popular segment either, but at the same time, I do love doing them because I love going over my personal instruments. I will for sure tell you that my next one is going to be on my Reverb / AC Guitars S Compact 7. I'm sorry. I will tell you that my next one is for sure going to be on my Reverb / AC Guitars Compact S7 that I recently got from Alan in Scotland. That is an incredible instrument, and I need to do a legit video on it. And that is going to be coming up as shortly as I possibly can. After that, I've got a ton of stuff I can do videos on. I've got the Washburn WV-40 that my wife gifted me when we got married. I've got my Fujifilm Squire Strat I can do. I've got the Ormsby SX. Let's see. I've got the Hoppus. I know you guys want a Hoppus My Personal Guitars episode. Let's see. I've also got a Tajima K2, which is the Kiko Loureiro signature model. Granted, he's not with that company anymore, but I still have the guitar, and one day I'm going to get that set up so that is perfect. Also, I've got a parts caster up here. So yeah, I've got stuff. Oh, fuck, how can I forget? I've got my Solar up here. Dude, I need to do a video on that. So yeah, I've got shit to do those My Personal Guitar videos on. I just need to actually steal myself away and motivate my ass to do it. And now, it's time for this week's Troll of the Week. And this week's Troll of the Week, well, he seemed to have an opinion and just decided to let it fall out of his mouth like a turd falling into a punch bowl. Frederick Watkins writes, nice guitar, but music is nothing but a fucking racket. Nice guitar, but I'm sorry, his caps lock is on. Nice guitar, but music is nothing but a fucking racket. Alright, so, you know, here's the thing, dude, like, ultimately, it's what I want to do with the instrument. No one is pointing a gun to your head and forcing you to watch me. Just like no one is pointing a gun to your head and forcing you to be a prick and leave this comment. So, dude, move on to somebody else. You know, if you don't want to listen to somebody playing metal, don't listen to somebody playing metal. Play fucking blues or something. Put on Jimmy Page. Put on fucking Jimi Hendrix. Whatever your heart desires. I can recommend Jeff Healey if you've never heard him. But dude, for fuck's sake, let me play what I want to play because it makes me happy. And if it makes you sad or angry that I'm playing something that makes me happy, that's totally your fucking fault. So anyways, thank you guys so very much for tuning in. Remember, for next week, I would love a themed video, so ask me those YouTube-related questions in the comment section below. Like this video, subscribe to this channel. There's tons more metal, guitar-oriented content to come. And remember, guys, take what you do seriously, but do not take yourself too seriously. Bing, bang, boom. Now let's save all this shit so that I don't fucking lose it all. All right. So now I'm back. Hey guys. Let me see if I can answer all these questions that I'm sure I fucking missed. Brian, more guitars were sick? Fuck yeah, they were. I almost bought some on several occasions. So, part of me still wants to track down an old i9F. That was actually a pretty damn cool little guitar. I love Uncle Ben. Who doesn't love Uncle Ben? Adam Ironside out of the UK. He does Skype lessons for $40 per session. He's fucking awesome. Yep. Can't push balls to the wall. You hit a wall at 260 BPM. That's a pretty fucking intense wall to hit, man. Oh, God. Brian Moore guitars. That actually would be pretty cool to resurrect that brand. Now I understand why you commented that. That would be fucking rad. Regarding room treatment, call GIK or ATS. Right on. It's just one of those things where, like, I've never really felt like it would really make all that big of a difference. That being said, like, the last IFAC, or not the last IFAC video, but the last, the Rijkaard video that I posted, it was so funny. There was, like, a sincere difference in room tone going from, like, one shot to the other. That was the first time I've ever experienced that recently. That caps lock shit had me dying. It kills me. It really fucking kills me. Parker Flies look so weird to me, but other models buy them. Hoppus are god tier guitars. They sure fucking are. Especially now. Like, don't get me wrong. I love my Hoppus Kaiser that I've got here. I love Columbus. But if you compare my guitar from 5 years ago to the new Hoppus models that are coming out, Jesus Christ on a bike. Those new Hoppus models that are coming out are, like, insanely good. So please, please, please order something from Robert. It is well worth it. Regret selling your BC Rich Draco. My father gave it to me for Christmas one year because it was a guitar he never used. When he gave it to me, a fucking spider web was on the headstock and it looked sick. Damn, I missed that thing. I never really could get into that one. That was one of the few shapes. I just realized you guys never saw shit. Sorry. That was one of the few shapes that I just could not get into, my man. What
is that? Did I oh, I think I accidentally played something. All right. Loading up Final Cut Pro. Let's actually go to that one instead. All right. So there's that. Now it's, oops, okay. Go ahead, do your importing. All right, let's go back to answering the questions. Pounds. What IFAC is this? Is this IFAC? I think it's 28. I think. I hope. Sounds like this one might be an OAP. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, maybe don't watch metal YouTube videos. If you've got an issue with metal, how about you shut the fuck up and let people like what they like? Wow, imagine that. Let's see. Should have gone with the Glenn Fricker Cartman approach. Nah, he does his own thing with that. Check BC Rich Facebook groups that post used instruments every now and then. Yeah, you might find one. You might also find a bunch of people that, you know what? Nope, I'm not gonna fucking say it. I'm not gonna fucking say it. Arnold, be good. Be good. Think Arnold should be a guidance counselor? Motherfucker, I'm unemployed. What makes you fucking think that I can be a fucking guidance counselor if I can't guide my own fucking self to a job? Love you, Dark Panther. I wonder if a Wi-Fi SD card wouldn't work for you in that camera. The funny thing is that this camera actually has Wi-Fi built in. The problem is that it's slow as shit. Like, literally everything is fucking slow with this camera when it comes to actually transferring it to here, unless I take out the SD card and put it in the back. But that's a process, because on the bottom of the camera, so first of all, the SD card is in the battery compartment. When I have this, which is what affixes it to my tripod on the camera, it blocks it off so that that sucker can't open. So every single time I have to take out the card, I have to take this off and then take out the SD card. I also have to take out the battery to charge it too, which that's another thing. Like, man, I would love it if I could just plug in this camera and fucking charge it, and plug in this camera and just transfer the files that way. But it takes a fucking eon to do it that way, which makes no goddamn sense. So every single time I just take out the SD card, I put it in here now, and yeah, I'll probably end up breaking something at some point, but oh well, it gets the job done, I guess. Is that finished? Yes, it has. Okay, now let's upload that. People are strange. All right. IFAC 28 TS Tube Screamers. Let's just do that. Tube Screamers. Injured. Let's do wrist injury, fanned frets,
Line 6, Shuriken. Hey, Sir Brett, there you are. Line 6, Shuriken. Writing lyrics and more. There we go. Alright, I had half the students class that kept bugging me to fight battles for me. I'd love to try a Parker Fly. Me too. I'd love to try one of the nice ones. Maverick guitar. Oh, Maverick guitars! Those were cool, man. Remember how they had the volume knob that you actually just rolled down like this instead of like this? That was kind of neat. Always made me wonder, though, how the fuck do you... Like, what if you need to change the knob or the pot? That was weird. Did Josh from Cattle Decap used to use a Brian Moore? No, you're dead on the money. Josh from Cattle Decap used to use a Brian Moore. First time I ever saw a cattle decapitation. It was at Milwaukee Metal Fest 2003, I think. And Travis had his arm in a cast because he had recently broken it. They had the same lineup from the second album. I remember that. Josh was playing a Brian Moore, and he was playing it into an Engl Savage and a Bogner Uberschall. I think he was bi-amping, and it sounded fucking massive. And it sounded so good. It really did. It was legit. Yeah, I don't get why they even offer the Bluetooth transfer, the Wi-Fi transfer, if it's that goddamn slow. Makes no sense to me. DDD. DDD. Okay, I'm just loading some shit up, and then we're gonna get to doing some fun shit. Okay. All right. Let's see. Have I heard the new Carcosa song? It's pretty brutal. It fucking is. It's awesome. Love Carcosa. Love Andrew. One of the pitch shifter background noises sounds like a siren or something along the lines of a siren. Might be a ring modulator. I'm trying to think of what you're referring to. Summer Slaughter 2008 or 9. You saw Cal the Cap with Necrophagist. Was so sick. Dude, I would have loved to have seen Necrophagist just once. I never actually got to. Yeah, you got to see Cattle Decapitation live. I've seen them a few times recently even, and they're just insanely good. So, plus Josh is a bro. He's fucking rad. All right. Let's see. Now onto the YouTube. I have an old BC Rich Warlock we can use by Freddy. Arnold, when am I going to continue the killing method ideas? Dude, that's actually one of the... Okay, I'm really glad you asked that, Maxim. Maxim, if you're still in here, I'm answering your question finally. I apologize. So the song that I'm going to do for the Engl video today is actually a killing method song. For those of you guys that don't know, I've got a project that I'm working on called The Killing Method. That, like, Nihilistic is my black metal project. Like, Voided is my black gaze project. The Killing Method is my sort of death thrash project, a la Hate Sphere, The Haunted, stuff like that. And I am, like, You know, that should be one of the next things that I get done. I should seriously just sit the fuck down and get that shit done. That was one of those projects I was referring to when I was shooting the video, where I literally have 4 songs, 100% recorded start to finish. I'm not happy with some of the bridge sections and I need to rework them. But I've got 4 songs recorded start to finish. The only things that they need guitar solos, which are a bitch to write. Ola is definitely right on that. And in addition to guitar solos, they also need lyrics and they need vocals. And I was still going to do vocals to them too, because I feel like I can do a pretty good Thomas Lindbergh. You can't find any yet. I've never released any. It's because I haven't gotten them finished. You know, but I feel like I can do a pretty good Thomas Lindbergh impression. I come to find my faith, the fairy reality. Now purgatory unleashed. Now burn the face of the earth. So, that was weak as shit right now. But I'm gonna one day actually get that shit done and release it for real. I've got a logo. I've got a cover art. I've just never fucking finished any of it. It's so stupid. Same thing like how I've got material for a death metal project that is pretty much all recorded, and now I need to scrap it and re-record it all again because my entire recording setup has changed. Dude, I keep telling Dan what he needs to do is he needs to come out here so that he and I can film an actual cover video of us doing it for real. Because that's also one of the only songs I can sort of kind of play on drums. Because as you guys saw yesterday, I'm a shit drummer. But if you want me to do a straight up skank beat, I can do a straight up skank beat. I can do that shit. Can I do it for an entire 3-minute song? Well, let's see. But anyways, so Maxim, that's the answer to your question. I need to just fucking finish it in general. But with that, let's close Final Cut Pro. Let's get to fucking work. Let's actually go back to Logic Pro here. And let's record some of this shit for real. By the way, those of you guys that are watching right now, today, we've been streaming for 3 hours now. If you guys are not following me on Twitch, please do so. Come on to the Twitch channel, twitch.tv/ArnoldPlaysGuitar. Give me a follow. Give me a sub. Subs are extremely appreciated. Here's a great bit of advice for you, too. If you have Amazon Prime, you are given a free Twitch subscription every single month. I would absolutely love to be the recipient of that Twitch subscription. Technically, it's already paid for. You just need to select somebody to receive it. I would love to be the recipient of those Bezos bucks. So, in addition to that, also gifted subs are also appreciated. There's a few folks in the chat who still have not received one yet, or who have not subbed in general. That would be absolutely awesome. Donations and tips are extremely appreciated because right now I am unemployed. So literally anything and everything that you guys offer me is very, very much appreciated. Because it goes towards my bills. It goes towards putting food on the table, keeping a roof over my head, so that I can continue to do this stuff, so that I can continue to look for a job right now. So, and who knows, if this shit keeps taking off, wouldn't it be awesome if I could just do this shit for you guys every single day? I'd love to do that. God knows I have a hell of a lot of fun doing that. But anyways, let's load up Engl, Steve Morse. Yes, let's close. That is no longer necessary, so let's delete, or let's get rid of that. And now I am pretty sure that is a nice and empty SD card, so I'm not going to have that fucking problem again. If I get a good feeling about doing Twitch, then I should do it.
And believe me, that is the main reason why I am wanting to continue doing it. Don't get me wrong, I love playing guitar, I love making music, I love doing the gear reviews and showing you guys all the cool shit. But, oh, and I also really love the interaction that we have too. But at the same time, like, this is making me feel like $1 million to keep doing this. That said, here's the thing though. Like, this is one of the unfortunate things about the job that I had. Sorry, I'm not happy with the camera angle, so I'm just fixing this up a little bit. So this is one of the unfortunate things about the job I had that I recently left, is that I had gotten myself to a point where I had a really, really, really nice, comfortable wage coming in. And it is incredibly tough to replace that wage that I had coming in, because it was just at that sort of like nice level of comfort. It wasn't 6 figures or anything like that, but it was definitely at a nice point where like all my shit's paid for. We were able to budget stuff out and still put a bit towards savings every single month. And we were honestly actually starting to consider, like, what if we could pay the house off early? Like, it was getting to that point where we were seriously wondering, like, if we could legit do that. And now that's been kind of like, there's been a wrench thrown into the works for that. And now we're having to dip into our savings a little bit for all the expenses that have been coming up and stuff. The good news is that, like, I'm starting to get enough money from, I'm just being real with you guys here for the moment. I'm starting to get enough money from the Twitch, from the donations, from the YouTube, to the point where it's, if I was living on my own in an apartment, I would be making a decent enough living. But the fact that I'm not, the fact that I have a house, the fact that I have a nice cozy existence in the suburb, does make it so that it's not quite a living yet. So, yeah. If I was 20 years old, the money that I make from Twitch and YouTube right now would seem like a fucking gold mine. But the fact that I'm 37 means that I'm priced a little bit out of what I'm making here. So I need to hustle. I need to hustle a little bit. All right. So now, let's get fucking to it. Let's get some actual recording done. No, not 45K each. I'd love to get a GOC on the channel again, though. I'll be honest with you, I don't think they want to work with me anymore. At least, if I was them, after what I said in the last video, I wouldn't want to work with me. So, I'll leave that up to them. God damn, that's sounding so good. That being said, gonna turn down that bass a little bit because I already know that by the time we multi-track this, that is gonna be really rumbly. Yeah. The review was fairly positive, and you know what's funny is that I actually got called out on the carpet for that a little bit by someone who shall remain nameless that was in the live chat when I premiered that video. I think he was really wanting me to just lash out at them, but whatever. But like, I thought that guitar was a fairly decent instrument. It was definitely fun to play on, but it had problems. It really, really did. It's also one of those things, too, where, like, I can totally understand that some people will not like those pickups that were in it. And to me, they did have a definite cheap sound to them. But they also had probably one of the best cheap sounds I've ever heard. So, definitely some of the best cheap-ass pickups I've ever heard in my life. Hi, Crimson. How you doing? Alright, so now that we've got a pretty goddamn kick-ass tone coming out of this thing, let us see. First of all, I'm going to make a few adjustments here to the tone on some of these. Thank you so much. We're about to record it, actually. We are going to be... Come on, man. There we go. I'm going to do a test multi-tracking run real fast to make sure that I'm really liking the tones. And then we are going to... Come on. There we go. You know what? No. No. We're going to do a test multi-tracking run to see that everything is sounding fucking great. Focusrite interface with the old Mac OS. I'm using the Focusrite interface, but I believe... I have Catalina. I have Catalina. Seems to be working okay. But yeah, I've got two Focusrite interfaces going right now. I've got one for the actual recording into the DAW. And then I've got another one that is not being routed through Soundflower for the stream. And it's actually going directly to OBS for the stream. So that's why I'm using two, so that I can keep those signals separate. The Focusrite's working really, really well. I'm still not miking a cab. I am using 2 notes wall of sound. I'm running the speaker out from the Engl to the 2 notes torpedo captor 8 and from there into wall of sound, and I'm getting some goddamn good tones. Alright, let me really quick. That was so much better. using a few different ones. So really quick, let me just get this sorted, and then I'll tell you what I've got going on here. So what I like to do is I like to do different tones on each of the different tracks here. And I like to multi-track to the nth degree. I quad track a lot of shit. So, like for... Hold on. So, like, for my main tone, 2 notes wall of sound, I'm using the Engl official double XL. I'm not using... they've got like these Engl cabs that are listed up here that are 2 notes as take on the Engl cab. I'm using the actual official Engl made impulse, the Engl E412 double XL. And I'm using the ribbon fat mic, and that's the main tone. But then I'm sort of kind of blending in. Hey Gary, how you doing? But then I am sort of kind of blending in the negative 4 dB of the Fortin Beast greenback that I'm using the dynamic 421 on. And I'm actually using that one on both of these. But then to help out with phasing issues a little bit on tracks 3 and 4. So on track 3, which is going to be panned slightly to the left. And by the way, I've got, before I get ahead of myself, for the purposes of tracking, I've got these kind of running right down the middle. But later on when I go to mix, that's going all the way there, that's going all the way there. But just for the sake of actually laying down this track, being able to hear everything, I've got it going down the middle. Anyways, track 3. So I'm using the Ken Susi Snakeskin cabinet. Main tone is coming from this condenser 300, and then I'm blending in a little bit of dynamic H40. But then on this one, on track 4, same cabinet, but I'm using the condenser Hamburg, whatever that's modeled after, probably something awesome. And I'm blending in a little bit of the dynamic H30. And those are going to be kind of layering tones that I put in conjunction with these a little bit. But I'm still going to be multi-tracking though, just trying to make everything nice and tight. Let the tone really work for me. Okay, what is the click right now? Let us... I know that that's going to be too fast, but let's see here. Yep, that's way too fucking fast. So, tempo. I'm sure I could... I saw what you had written there before. I'm sure I could upgrade to Big Sur, but I just... I'm fine for the moment. I'll wait until the wife comes up here and tells me to upgrade to Big Sur since she works for Apple. Let's try 220. I think that was the original tempo I wrote this at. Close. It's a little slower. A little slower. Let's try 212. Sounding pretty good. Maybe just for the sake of cleanliness, though, drop it down to 208. Yep, for sure. 208. All right, there we go. There's our tempo. And now, just for the sake of doing a quick test to make sure that the tone settings are good. So I dialed back the bass a lot. Even though I'm really loving the bass tone,
I know, or the bass on the guitar, I should say. I know there was so much bass on there, it would just turn to fucking mud if I did 4 tracks of it. So glad I did a setup and string change on this the other day on stream, because now this thing is, whoo, it's killer. Let's give this a shot. In the words of Mr. Arnold. Nope, it's actually, I'm glad you asked, Gary. So this is actually, hey guys, those of you in the Twitch chat right now, hit him up with that famous emote. This is my custom shot, master built Framus Pantera. It is custom shop in that it has a longer scale than what these normally come with. It's got a 25.5-inch scale. And in addition to that, it also has a Floyd on it, which is not something that these come with at all. In fact, to be honest with you, this is probably the only Framus Pantera that I've ever actually seen with a Floyd. I'm sure that I'm wrong, but as far as I can tell, it's the only one I've ever seen. And I fucking love it. It is honestly one of my go-to instruments. It's got Lawler DB pickups in it too. And here's a video link where you guys can go to actually check out my personal guitars episode on this. Hold on to your butts. Not bad. I was starting to drift a little bit off the second time I came through with that verse riff. I'm also not happy with how the went, but yeah, I can clean that up when I go to actually record it for real. Right now, remember guys, we're just testing it right now to make sure that the multi-tracking is going to sound crisp and clean.
Getting there. Fuck ups are okay. We're just testing out the tones. That said, though, I think I might want to slow it down just a little bit more. Not as clean as that could have been, but that's okay. I didn't harmonize the first lick because I want there to be a little bit of differentiation as it goes from one half to the other, because that's meant to be a chorus part right there. So when it, like, it's kind of a thing where, like, belt out a couple lines of the chorus and then there's a couple more lines of the chorus and then we're fucking done and going back and into another verse. If that makes sense. Meanwhile, though, that chorus part is still nice, short, and sweet. This is definitely a fucking thrasher. So for those of you guys that were in the YouTube chat, so this is kind of the thing that that Maxim was asking about. He was asking about a project that I was working on for a while called The Killing Method, and I just never got any of that shit finished, and this is one of the songs from that. The invective seems a little mid-heavy. No shit. The invective, literally, it's like they found all of the mids that all the mid-90 to 2010 PV amps lost and crammed them all into one ridiculous 6505, and that's how you get the invective. There is so much goddamn mid-range in that head. Jesus, I still haven't actually had a chance to play one on the channel. I would absolutely love to. No, it's definitely not just you. That thing has all the goddamn mids. Not at all. Down to 3 o'clock? If you're turning them down to 3 o'clock, you've got them maxed, man. No, dude, like, I never feel bad about scooping the mids at all. If it's getting you a badass tone, that's fine. Fucking go for it. Like, that's literally right there, like, late 80s and early 90s death metal tone right there is all scooped mids. So if nothing else, dude, like, just fill up that sonic space with a little bit of the bass, and it actually does wonders. It's all right, dude. So yeah, we're gonna drop down that tempo ever so slightly. See if that's a little bit more manageable. Any experience with the Marshall 401H? Not the actual head itself, but I have used the some Kemper profiles of the Marshall. I'm assuming you're meaning the 410. I have used some Kemper profiles of the Marshall 410, and those have been some of my favorite Kemper profiles. You are not wrong, David. You can run the mids on a 5150 at like 830, and it's still too much. You are absolutely right. So, despite what the people in the comments section of that one video I posted said. Ugh. By the way, guys, for those of you that are just tuning in, please feel free to follow me on twitch.tv/ArnoldPlaysGuitar. Once again, that's twitch.tv/ArnoldPlaysGuitar. You'll get a nice big emote explosion on the screen. But besides that, it does help a little bit because the more followers I've got, the better. Let's see. Also sub, please. Subscribers are very, very, very much appreciated. Tips are really fucking appreciated too. Oh yeah, I liked it a lot. That Schecter with the reverse headstock was fucking legit. So with my different I'm gonna save that one actually for a future IFAC video, if you don't mind. So with your different shit. So with your different projects, do most of them just revolve around you playing everything? And if so, how do you come up with the name of the project? Like, what inspires you for the different names? So for each of like the different projects that I come up with, I just try to come up with some that I feel fits the music that I'm trying to write. Some of the names I've actually had kind of burning a hole in my brain for a while and I've just never used. Sometimes it's just something I come up off the spur of the moment, like Nihilistic, for example. For those of you guys that were tuning in during that stream, you'll remember we were kind of back and forth, like, what about this name? What about that name? What about this name? What about that name? And a lot of people were like, why don't you just release it as Voided? Because it doesn't sound like Voided. But then, like, I was like, fuck it, Nihilistic. Oh, look, and if you spell it weird, it doesn't have any band name associated with it. Let's do it. Now let's do a couple more takes really quick at this new... Hello, sir. How you doing? Let's do a couple more takes at this tempo, just so that we can start recording drum or programming drums. Fuck. I was just about to say, man, that's sounding way cleaner, and then I fucked up. Let's do it again.
All right, now we're going to set the guitar down for a bit. We are going to program the drums. Or are we going to program the drums? You know what? How about for gits and shiggles? Let's just see. See if I can put my money where my mouth is. This is probably going to end horribly, but that's okay. What's the worst that could happen? See, part of me is thinking of selling the Invective and 2x12 Mesa Cab for a great metal 2x12 combo amp with a good clean channel. I personally don't like combos, so I'm not the best person to ask for that. I'm sure that there's some absolutely fucking awesome ones out there, but I would just rather have the heads that I can interchange here or there. Plus, you've got a Mesa 2x12. That's a badass 2x12. Alright, so this is probably not going to work out so well because, as you guys know from yesterday, I am a shit drummer. But let's give it a shot. That sounded like shit. Yeah, that sounds like shit. Alright, one more time. I'm going to turn it up a little bit so maybe I can hear the click a little bit better. If it doesn't work this time to at least give me something useful, well then fuck it. We'll just go back to doing it the normal way of grabbing the MIDI files. Almost. That was actually way closer. I am a shit drummer. I'm giving up. That was honestly not bad at the beginning, some of the hits, but there's not really a whole lot I can use there. Let's go back and listen to it a little bit. Yeah, it's a little off, but usable. Hold on. I think that's right. Let's roll forward.
Thank you. What am I doing? All right, now let's work on some grooves. Let's try some intro fills here. Thought we had. Oh, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Yep. That's cool, but I don't think it exactly fits 100%. Okay, none of those. I'm gonna put that one in, but I don't think it's 100% what I want it to be. I'm gonna put it in for the moment just so that I've got something. I heard something weird in there. Hold on. Thought so. Get out of here. That's not bad. Now, let's go to Library of the Extreme 2, where we've got a lot of thrash beats. You know, I've never actually tried a carpet roll part there. Let's give it a shot. That didn't work at all. This feels weird. Gotta come up with something better there. Thank you. All right. That fill is not bad, but it needs to be better. Just needs to be better. Much better. Ah, shit. Don't do that. Put a ding mini crash. Ooh. That works. That works perfectly right there. This part needs a little bit of tweakage. Yep, there we go, much better. I wonder if there's anything in the power metal pack. I'm looking for some with an alternating kick pattern. Alright, I know what I'm hearing in my head, and I'm not finding it, so I'm gonna just fucking do it. Gotta bring some of this shit down. All right. Not liking that fill. Hold on. Oh, I see. Well, that's good to know. What am I doing? Wrong track. Getting there. I just want a little bit of differentiation between the first time through and the second time through. Like what an actual drummer would do. All right, now. Skank beat, please. That's better. Much better. That's interesting. I actually like that a lot. Not quite. I thought something was weird about that. You see how it says 4/4, but that's actually like 6/4? Hold on. Recording drums, programming drums. There we go. All right, let's listen back. Not quite right there. That will do. That will definitely do. All right. Okay, let me run through this a couple more times. Just for the sake of it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. Those two strings. Hopefully that did it. song. I suppose I could. You know what's funny? Jamie Lewis, the bass player, actually recorded a bass track to this once, and he was galloping the fuck over it. It was awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let me see if I can find that, actually. Yeah, that's unfortunate. He might not have it loaded on his channel. Yeah, I don't think he does. That's unfortunate because he fucking ripped all over it. It was great. He had a bass solo in it and everything, and it ripped. I'm nowhere near on that level. Second. Yep, alright. Yeah, better bass tone than that, man. Oh, it's not even a bass tone at this point. Thank you so much. All right. Did I see? That was interesting as all hell. Let's try it. Loving the tone. Just gotta play it right. Boom, there's your bass track. I don't get in the zone very often, but every so often. Would you believe that that part during the... I just totally fucking made that shit up right there on the spot, and it seemed to work. Boom, love it. I probably couldn't be trusted to do that shit again. All right. Let's mix that in. Guys, if you dig what you are hearing so far, what we've accomplished today, I would very, very, very much appreciate it if you would go to my Twitch page, twitch.tv/ArnoldPlaysGuitar. Please give me a follow. And if you see excuse me. If you so see fit, please also give me a sub on the Twitch channel, because that is money that goes directly to my pocket. And here's the best part. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you technically already have a free Twitch Prime subscription that you are free to give to any Twitch streamer that you so desire. So by all means, I would love to be that recipient of your Bezos bucks. You've technically already paid for it. Might as well give it to somebody who desperately needs it, which I definitely do right now since I'm unemployed. Tips are also appreciated. There is a tip button in the Twitch channel description. You can also hit that little $ at the bottom of the YouTube chat. Any little thing you can give me helps a lot. But if you want to circumvent what YouTube and Twitch take out, you can always PayPal me at paypal.me/ArnoldPlaysGuitar. Every little bit helps immensely. It goes a long way right now. With that, bear with me 1 second. We're gonna take a quick ad break and pee break, and then I'll be right back in like 2 or 3 minutes, okay? All right, now we're back, and now let's see about doing the damn thing. All right, let's pull up Engl's website, and let's get the exact specs of this fucking thing. All right, the E656. Exceptional guitarist and exceptional amp is a truly exceptional combination. Steve Morse has been shaping the sound of rock icons Deep Purple for more than 20 years and enjoys the highest acclaim in guitar circles with his own Steve Morse band. We worked with Steve for over a year to get his dream amp ready. The E656 head delivers the sounds of the world's top players. The EQ section is unique, featuring four controls. In this way, the mid-range, which is so important in a full band context, can be shaped in the best possible way with two switchable master volume levels, two effects loops, a noise gate, and MIDI on board. Nothing can stand in your way. Whether it's crisp rock riffs with Deep Purple or a variety of sounds and complex solo lines, the E656 has been an integral part of Steve Morse's rig for more than a decade. Let's see, we've got mid-control matrix with 8 different mid-range voicings. 3 channels, all tube head, 2 tube buffered effects loops, noise gate, master AB, power tube monitor, ground lift switch, MIDI in, MIDI through, MIDI controller, fan and power switch. Okay. MIDI channel assignment, write, copy for MIDI programming, etc., etc. All functions accessible on the front panel are MIDI programmable. SAC serial amp control ports. Sound options: tone, high gain, and Engl mid control matrix, mid low 1-2, mid high 1-2. That's what's on channel 3 right there that allows us to get more shaping of that mid range character, which I love, love, love. Let's see, controls. Gain for each channel: 3-band EQ, channel 1 and 2, bass, low mid 1, low mid 2, high mid 1, high mid 2, treble for channel 3. Volume for each channel: low volume, high volume for channel 3. Presence, depth punch, master AB. Noise gate threshold level, FX loop 1 balance, FX 2 balance. Okay, outputs. Preamp tubes are 4 Engl ECC83 or 12AX7s, and output tubes are 4 Engl EL34s. Output wattage is 100 watts. Pretty interesting gear, got to say. Let's take a look at the back here. Really? No, fine. Not the biggest fan of this noise gate. Doesn't really sit so well with me. Let me check what all this stuff is here. I haven't really poured over this thing yet. Okay, a lot of foot switch ports on that. That's very interesting. So how am I going to address that in a video? I don't think I'm going to, actually. I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm just going to talk about what I do know, which is front panel stuff. This does this, this does that. Now, real quick, that switch that's up there, that tone switch, from what I understand, does different things for each channel. So let's look into that and see if that's for real. Okay, the voicing feature operates globally. It affects all 3 channels, but achieves different results in each. Channel 1, tone 1 boosts the preamp's upper high frequency range, much like a brake control. Yep, I've noticed that. Channel 2 delivers more powerful mid-range response when tone is deactivated. Really? Engaging it scoops the mids. Okay, so that tone knob acts as a mid scoop for channel 2. Channel 3, it adjusts the frequency range of the mid controls. Okay, that makes sense. I liked it with it engaged. I liked it with it without. So I think I'm going to fuck with that a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna fuck with that a little bit for the actual video shoot. All right, so I'm gonna leave that handy. Leave that right there. But now I think it's time. We got a little bit of work done. God damn. I am dumb sometimes. I need the battery. Puppies! Oh, mi Dios. Alright. Times like this, I kind of wish I had a gimbal or something. Do that again, but slower. All right. There's that. Setting up the great first camera angle, or the first camera angle. Don't know how great it's going to be, but we'll give it a shot. All right. I think we're going to move the chair out for that one. Guys doing okay? Got silent all of a sudden.
Right on. But who's counting, right? That's a good angle, I feel. Forgot my 4-hit. Damn. Dude, I appreciate you leading the charge on that one, Dan. I appreciate that a lot. All right. Let's fucking do it. Do it right, Arnold. Huh? Fucked it up again. Okay, what are you focusing in on? Good. That's what I want you to focus in on.
Try that again. Fuck me. Come on. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, I just want to play it right. Dude, that's awesome that a lot of people were like, hey, yeah, let's go see Arnold. Hallelujah. There we go. There's one. All right. And now we set up the second camera angle. That's a damn shame. The hardest riff in the whole thing I got, or the hardest lick in the whole thing I got right, but I kept fucking up everywhere else. Damn shame. That'll do. That will do. Alright, now we gotta change the tone. Make it more brutal.
So red lights instead of blue lights. All right, about time I one took something. All right. Okay. One more demo take. Almost. It kind of sucked, actually. Whew. There it is. There's the damn demo song. Hello, how you doing? Let me guess, Dan. The key was just not turned the right way? Fucking idiot. Like it's a fucking science fiction movie. Ooh, don't do that. So guys, I think what we're going to do, because I'm starting to run out of daylight, I'm going to do the basic review portion of the video, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to do the tone demo today because I'm running out of time a little bit. Just want to crank this out so that I can move on a little bit. I think the wife wants to run some errands too. Okay. Bring that up. It's a goddamn good angle, I think. Come down a little bit. Come up a little bit. Right in the middle. There we go. Now let's adjust this. That is a little bothersome. So, that's what I was afraid of, all right? That should do it. Just trying to level this out because I noticed that I had a problem with that shit on the last couple of amp videos I did. Where it's weird, kind of like where the amp head is just doesn't look like it's level, and I didn't really like that. Much better. Change a few more things up really fast. Let's see, you gotta move the mic to where it needs to be. All right. And now let's get and new audio track. It's not what I meant to do. God damn it.
Right on, dude. Sure trying, man. Sure trying to hustle here. Quiet. How many songs on next release? Way ahead of me, man. I definitely do not have any idea. I'm just trying to get these videos done. All right. Let's add a little bit more light here. Is this the right one? No. That is, though. Pretty good. All right. Shall we do this? Let's do this, guys. Let me change the camera angle a little bit so that you guys can kind of see a little bit better what's going on. Gotta make myself all pretty. Hey guys, how the hell are you? Today we've got a brand new unbiased gear review on this beast, the Engl Steve Morse Signature 100 E636. That is not the right model number. I know it's not the right model number. 656. Okay. Try that shit again. Hello, sir. How you doing? Hey guys, how the hell are you? Today we are going to do a new unbiased gear review on this, the Engl E656 Steve Morse Signature 100. But first, before we make it to the demo song, just a friendly reminder that all of these videos that we are producing on the YouTube channel now, we are also doing it live on twitch.tv/ArnoldPlaysGuitar. Yes, even right now, there's cameras on us on this process, following along to show you guys what the behind-the-scenes process of making these unbiased gear reviews actually looks like.
Highly recommend, guys, if you want to be entertained throughout the course of your day, please, please, please find me on twitch.tv/ArnoldPlaysGuitar. Give me a follow, give me a sub. Every little bit helps. And now, with that, back to your regularly scheduled demo song. So first, let's go over some specs of this head. So this is a 100 watt beast that is powered by 4 EL34 power amp tubes, as well as 4 ECC83 or 12AX7 preamp tubes. We have 3 channels on this thing. We have channel 1, which is more of a clean channel, channel 2, more of a crunch and sort of slightly lower high gain, and then a lead channel, channel 3, that has a lot more knobs and controls than the other channels. So channel 1's controls, we've got gain 1, bass, middle, treble, and volume 1. Channel 2, we have gain 2, bass, middle, treble, and volume 2. We have channel 3 now. Here's where it gets crazy. We've got gain 3, we've got bass, we've got low mid 1, low mid 2, and a switch that goes between them. We have high mid 1 and high mid 2 and a switch that goes between them. The difference between the two switches, the blue and the red, is that there is a different sort of overall bandwidth, overall frequency range. Hold on. There's a sort of different frequency range that each of those mid controls covers. One of them is much wider and much fuller. One of them is much more precise and a lot thinner. We also have a treble control here, low volume and high volume. So if you want to adjust the different volume controls for this, low volume and high volume, low volume and high volume. We have a master A and a master B, so if you want adjustments in overall master volume for the whole unit, you've got that, foot switchable and ready. Presence knob and a depth punch switch. All of the channels are switchable on the front with these handy dandy push button knobs here on the front. All of the channels are foot switchable. Damn it. All of the channels are switchable from the front, but can also be accessed using an optional foot switch. Several of them are available for this unit. These little push buttons switch between the different channels. So as you can see, you can still use this even without the foot switch. We also have different effects loops that can be switched using this right here. Right copy, this little blinking light right here. Several of these channels and controls and knobs are MIDI assignable. So you can actually assign different controls, different settings to different MIDI points. You also have an onboard noise gate as well, and the threshold control is located on the back. And in addition to that, there's also a tone switch which operates globally. It affects each of the 3 channels, but it affects each of the 3 channels differently. The clean channel, channel 1, it acts as kind of a typical bright switch. The second channel, the sort of lower high gain channel, it acts as a mid scoop switch. So when you have it disengaged, you have a much fuller sounding mid-range, but if you want to make this thing sound fucking awesome for thrash and death metal riffage, you just hit that little tone button for channel 2 and it cuts it down so that it's a scooped mid sound. For channel 3, it does not scoop the mids. What it does is it changes the mid-range voicing a bit. So you basically have not only the low and high mid, you can switch between the different low mids and the different high mids, but hitting that tone switch also gives you an altogether different mid-range structure that you can also play around with, both of the low mids, both of the high mids. All in all, it makes especially channel 3 an extremely versatile high gain channel. On the back of the head, we have a lot of output controls. So on the back of the head, to start off with, we have a ton of speaker outs. We have a 16 ohm, we have two 8 ohms, and two 4 ohms. But it also tells you how the ohmage gets split. So if you're running more than one speaker cabinet, it tells you how to hook it up properly without potentially causing a load issue with the head. We also have a pre-output and a line out, so that if you wanted to slave this thing out to another power amp, you could, or if you wanted to run it directly into your board and use an impulse response, you can do that as well. Two different switchable effects loops with a send and return and a line balance on each. We also have the threshold level for the noise gate. We have various different foot switch controls, MIDI in and out, MIDI controller, etc. for all the various different foot switches that you can buy for this thing. Several of them are available through Engl. And then of course there's also finally a ground switch. So without any more talk and wasting time, let's just get right on into the tone demo. So overall, my final thought on this head is that this was an extremely surprising unit. I recently picked this thing up in a trade deal that I had done for another one of my amps. Nope, I'm not even going to give that background info. So in terms of... Oh, hold on. Edit. So overall, my final thought on this head... This was substantially better than I thought it would be. Now, here's the thing. I love Engl amps. I really, really do. I especially love the Savage 120, for instance. I love the Artist Edition. I love the Fireball. I love the Extreme Aggression, which, by the way, I would really, really love for that to be reissued if anyone is watching this video. But this was something that, at least appearance-wise, it really seemed to me like this was going to be something that was much more in line with an Invader. And the Invader is one of the few Engl amps that I did not necessarily gel with. I really didn't like the way the mid-range sounded on that amp, and it just didn't suit my playing at all. So I was a little bit nervous going into this and being that I wanted to check this amp out to see how it would sound. So I was a little bit nervous going into this and checking out how this amp sounded because I didn't know if it would necessarily do what I wanted it to do. Lo and behold, plugging into this thing, it sounded ridiculous with barely any knob tweakage. But then once I started getting into the nooks and crannies, figuring out what really works, what really doesn't, how to get various different tones on this. Do I want a big, boomy, sort of raw death metal thing? Do I want something more pristine and cutting edge? Do I want a ridiculous thrash metal or power metal tone? It kind of did it all with just tweaking the knobs and pushing in a few buttons here or there. Some people will take a look at the different options, the different buttons, the different tonal variations. The fact that there's 4 fucking mid controls for channel 3, and they'll be like, what the hell? Like, this is extremely, extremely intimidating. But I promise you, it's one of those things where even though there's tons of options, if you just dip your toe in, get your feet wet, all of a sudden these kick-ass tones will just start leaping out of this thing, and you will have an incredible metal tone. Nay, not an incredible tone. You'll have a ton of incredible metal tones. Like, I was just super surprised with this thing. If you want a super cutting mid-range for solo work, you've got that on tap. If you wanted something that was seriously scooped so that you could get fucking low down and dirty with the riffage, you've got that too. This thing really, really did so much. It also had a pristine clean channel, although not necessarily my thing. But when you pump up the gain on that clean channel and you get the high gain out of that clean channel, it even has an incredible AC/DC-ish crunch coming out of that thing. This sounds fucking legit. So I really don't have anything bad to say about this thing. I mean, I would love to be able to get my favorite tones out of this just maybe in one standalone unit with one channel, because 3 channels and all these different switches don't necessarily suit me as a player. But if you're the type of person that likes to dig in, likes to find the sweet spot amongst a ton of different controls and knobs and settings, this is an incredible amp, especially for a metal player. You're going to have a lot of fun with this thing, just like I did. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Remember, like this video, subscribe to this channel. There's tons more metal guitar oriented content to come. And remember, please, take what you do seriously. Do not take yourself too seriously. All right. You know what? I'm messing with this a little bit too much. I'll do that tomorrow. And this is still recording. Great. All right. Appreciate that like, and I appreciate that hello, Brain Liquor. All right. So, we got a lot done today. Let me get back to...
Bro gifted a tier 1 sub to Pexmo. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Dude. That is fucking awesome. You want to know what else is fucking awesome? The fact that I forgot to change the little notification. That's hilarious. Dude, you are awesome. Thank you so much for that gifted sub. Dude, I appreciate you so much, man. So really quick, let's take a listen back to that awesome thrashy tune that we came up with today. Not really came up with, it's something I've had for a while, something that I need to one of these days work on and finish. But god damn, it just worked so well for this. So it just sounded so awesome on this. It sounded like a 2 Madsen production in the room, if that makes any sense. It was so good. That was awesome. All right. So for those of you watching right now, as always, I love the subs. We're now at 71 subs. I appreciate that so much. Tips are also super appreciated, and donations are super appreciated. Anything and everything that you guys offer is very, very much appreciated. I think right there we're going to end the YouTube stream. As always, guys, remember, take what you do seriously. Do not take yourself too seriously. Find me on twitch.tv/ArnoldPlaysGuitar. At some point, they might get onto us, and I might have to choose one or the other. So please give me a follow. Please give me a sub. It helps immensely. And as you can see, we're getting a lot of shit done day in, day out on here. Thank you guys so much, YouTubers.